Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning.
Chapter 1. Jorgen. I look over the small crowd of 50 humans as they shuffle in through the north gate. They look scared. I can't blame them. I'm sure this just looks like they're trading hands after conquest. These were the remaining humans we liberated after we destroyed the Swordhammer clan. With the help of Hera, we were able to find where they were hiding. My lips curl reflexively as I think of the Swordhammer clan. They'd finally gone too far with their schemes, and Loki, even as patient and slow to beat the drums of war as he is, said that it was time to wipe them off the map. While I like to think that the Burning Sun clan has perhaps taken some of the boldest steps towards integrating humans and orcs into a functioning society, it's not like we are the only ones. But there are many clans who still want to make war with the humans, to take them as food or breeding stock. Even among those, the Swordhammer clan has been exceptionally cruel. I can't imagine the things these people have seen and endured. Keep to the right of the street and follow the person in front of you, and you will get to the resettlement center in no time, I say, directing the people as they come through. A nearly emaciated woman stumbles, and I manage to catch her before she falls face first into the hard-packed earth. But even as I help her to her feet, I can feel her pulling away from me. She's expecting something more violent. There's no one among them that could be considered elderly. While we orcs venerate honored elders, it certainly wasn't a courtesy that the Swordhammer clan extended to elder humans. I imagine that any human who managed to survive their torment long enough to approach old age was either worked to death or simply slain. The thought causes a shudder to run down my spine, making every hair on my body stand up on end. But the skin on the top of my head just turns to goose flesh. I can't tell what happened first, my nervous habit of rubbing the top of my head or the bald spot. Sometimes I wonder if I just rubbed all the hair away. There are still plenty of young in the group. Some are definitely half-orc children. The Burning Sun clan celebrated the birth of Forest as the first half-orc child born to our clan, but that was a love match. These children are more than likely the result of a far more sinister coupling. I see the way they are shunned by some of the others as if they're to bear the judgment for the actions of their fathers. It turns my stomach. These kids did nothing to deserve this, though I can't expect a mother to be able to disconnect what happened to her from her child. It's a messy situation that, if I had my way, we'd avoid by gelding any man who would attempt to take a woman against her will. I can't stand to see people getting hurt. It's why I became a town guard in the first place. The guard, on occasion, gets looked on disparagingly by some. They see it as a place where the warriors who can't survive on the front lines go. It's simply wrong. I can handle myself in a fight. I wouldn't have climbed the ranks to be the captain of the guard if I couldn't, but I prefer defending people from harm to actively seeking out those to harm. I wish there was something I could have done for these women and children before everything that happened to them. Failing that, I can at least attempt to keep them safe, now that they're under my protection. But that comes with its own set of difficulties. I don't want to be suspicious of every new arrival, but it's part of my job to assess possible threats to the safety of the clan. New arrivals count as a possible threat. When I herd the last of them into the resettlement center, I go to Loki to discuss that exact problem. By the time I enter his office, it seems his meeting is already well underway. Mary is there taking notes. She and the chieftain do make a cute couple, and I'm happy for them, but I still get slightly flustered around her, even though we are just friends. There was a brief moment where I thought we had the opportunity to be more, but then Loki pulled his head out of his behind, and things worked out between them. To be fair to myself, beautiful women in general tend to make me feel slightly flustered. Talking about security concerns or some other topic I have a solid grasp on, I'm fine. Professionally, I'm fine. It's all the other stuff where I get easily tongue-tied. Luckily for me, I won't be asked to carry on a real conversation. I sit back and listen as someone gives their report on the casualty numbers from our conflict with the Swordhammer. We won, but it was costly. Then it comes to be my turn to speak. Sir, the last of the humans from the Swordhammer base are being processed and put up in temporary housing. Good. I do have some concerns, though. We don't have the time to properly screen them before housing them with this sudden influx. We've already got them stacked several to a room in the relocation center. They also aren't particularly trusting. I think that's understandable, says Loki. I'm not saying it doesn't make sense why they might not trust orcs right away, I clarify. I'm just saying it means that if they expect we're going to do bad things to them, they might decide to beat us to the punch, and it's going to be hard to find them jobs. It's mostly women and children, and most of them have been severely underfed. We need people who can do hard labor, and I don't think many in that group qualify, and they won't for a while. But we still need to help them, Bonnie, one of the base's leading doctors, says. I'm not denying that, I add. I just think we are going to need to allocate additional resources to this if we are serious about bringing them into the fold. I don't want to spook them by surrounding them with guards, but I wouldn't mind having a few more people to assign to where we settle them. I'll see if we can move some duties around to accommodate that, Loki says. And what are we going to do about all the pregnant women? Bonnie asks, her voice tinged with anger and sadness. We have at least 10 that I know of who are currently with child. I believe they are all part of the Swordhammer's attempt to breed half-orc warriors. They're going to need a lot of support considering what they've been through. Bonnie lets out a deep, beleaguered sigh. And we are going to have to figure out how we will care for these women's medical needs. We still lack a lot of medical equipment necessary if any of them don't want to keep the pregnancy or if a child is born premature, or at least nothing to help if everything doesn't go perfectly. Loki looks pensive. I thought our most recent forays into the cities have been fruitful, Loki says. Yes, they have, but there are still things we need. Draw me up a list and we'll need names and descriptions of everything. I can't make you any promises, but we can try. I'll have it to you by the end of the day, but first, I need to meet with the newcomers for medical exams. I'll start with the pregnant ones first and see if I can gather any information that would help me get you a more precise list of needs. Okay, so a shopping list of medical supplies and equipment and more manpower for guards. Anything else I need to make happen? Loki asks. I just stay silent and then head out. I've got to figure out a new duty roster to keep the newcomers secure.
Chapter 2. Vera. I thought the end had finally come when the burning sun raided the Swordhammer base. But as I stand in line with the other liberated humans, I begin to let hope grow. This might be a new beginning. Name? Asks the woman behind the desk. Vera Fang, I answer, and she writes it down. Are you pregnant? She asks. I look down to see that my hand has found its way to resting over my stomach again. It's become an unconscious force of habit since I found out I was pregnant. I knew it was a possibility. It had been the whole reason I'd been selected, but they fed us herbs that made things very hazy. I don't really remember much of the details of the time since the Swordhammers decided I was suitable for their experiment. They wanted half-orc children, and they weren't going to take no for an answer. So, I was chosen and spent what I think was about 6 months in a fog. When the haze finally cleared, I was informed that I was carrying a child, and they put all sorts of restrictions on me. When we were enslaved, our lives already weren't our own. But as I and the others in the group with me got pregnant, it was even more so. It caused some strange rifts in the group of humans. We were lucky and got fed more, but I'd trade in the extra meals if it meant being passed over during the selection process. Or I would have at least. Even though how I got pregnant was a far cry from how I'd ever wanted to have a child, I still wanted this child. I'd always wanted a family. Love and family had been such an ordeal when I was growing up that I started forming this idea in my head that I could do better. I would do better. Granted, the bar was very low. My parents abandoned me and left me to die when I was very young. Unlike my parents, I planned to protect my child no matter what. I already feel this connection, and I don't even know much about the child except that it's growing inside me slowly. But now that I'm owned by the burning sun, I don't know if I have a choice in the matter. They keep saying that humans live freely among them. I've even seen and talked to a few other humans who tell me it's as good as it sounds, but I'm still skeptical. My life has never been easy, and the idea of being able to determine my own fate seems far too good to be true. Yes, I answer. Go to the left, says the woman behind the desk, pointing to a small group of women with her pen. My heart sinks a little. I start to worry that maybe we're being rejected. It makes sense. We were the ones who would give birth to the next generation of their enemies. I try to beat back the thought of how bad this could go. It's well within the realm of possibility that we are all now marked for death. Still, given everything else I've seen so far, that would seem out of character for the Burning Sun clan. I take a deep breath and attempt to remain calm. I'm still watching the exits, though. If it turns out my worst fears are true, I'm ready to fight my way out of the building to protect me and my child. But it's soon apparent they want us to get examined by the doctors on base first. They have us wait for our turns to be seen by the doctors. When Gloria, the first woman to go in, comes out crying, I feel the panic in me rising again. She walked out, but maybe they're forcing everyone to abort. Though that seems strange since Gloria had more than once said she never wanted children, and especially not one forced on her. What's wrong? One of the other women asks. I slowly stand up, looking like I'm just interested in what's going on, but I'm angling my body towards the door, ready to make a break for it. The doctor said they don't have the equipment to perform an abortion and that I'm too far along to risk it without it. I'm half heartbroken, half relieved, and I hate myself a little for being relieved. They have no intention of taking my baby from me. Or do they? They'll have someone else take it, but... Gloria starts crying again. It's a knife twist, and I can see the reaction hitting the other women. From their faces, I can tell that this is a grim prospect for many of them. And I suddenly feel very alone. I'm still not even showing. It might be safe for me. I don't know. But the thing is, I actually want this baby. I sit back down and try to wrestle with my conflicting feelings until my name is called. I happen to be the last one called in. The doctor's exam room is perhaps the cleanest place I've ever seen. It wasn't like the waiting room was a disaster, but I'm guessing a group of dirty, dishevelled women made it look less so. I'm relieved to see the doctor who is going to be examining me is a woman. I'm Dr. Hart, she says, but you can call me Bonnie if you like. My name is Vera, though I guess you knew that. I mumble as I point to the file she has in her hands with my name on the tab. It's nice to meet you, Vera. Now, I need to perform a medical exam, and I'm sorry if it feels a little invasive, but if it gets to be too much, we can stop and take a breather. Is that okay? Bonnie's voice is surprisingly soothing. I've never been to a real doctor before. The Swordhammer has, or at least had shamans, and they weren't particularly gentle or calming in any way. I feel like I can relax a bit more here now that most of my fears have been allayed. Yes, Doctor. Yes, Bonnie. Thank you. Before we begin, though, as I'm sure you have already heard from the others, we don't have all the equipment here to perform a safe ab. There's no need. I want to keep the baby. I want to raise it. Oh, well, that's great. You don't need to make the decision right now about whether or not you want to adopt. I'm sure I'm keeping it. Okay, just know that I'm not going to be holding you to that. You have plenty of time to change your mind if you decide otherwise. I think Bonnie is trying to not pressure me, but for some reason it feels like she's pushing me in the other direction. Maybe it's because all the other women decided they didn't want to raise these babies. Perhaps she thinks I'm ashamed or something. I don't know. I appreciate it, Bonnie, but I've always wanted a child. They might not have been conceived how I wanted, but I'm sure. Okay, then I guess that brings me to the next part. We are still searching for equipment to handle any sort of difficult pregnancies and deliveries. We've had several babies born on base already, but nothing that has required serious medical intervention. But I want you to know there are still risks we haven't had a chance to mitigate yet. That means we are going to be monitoring things pretty closely, so we can catch any potential problems early. I nod, and then she begins the exam. It's definitely physically uncomfortable at times, and I can feel my anxiety spike occasionally, but nothing too bad. It's more like a vague unease than anything approaching a panic attack.
Chapter 3. Jorgen. The influx of new arrivals has kept me busier than I ever could have anticipated. Loki is doing his best to assign additional orcs and resources to the group of human refugees, but given our need for more medical supplies, we're more short-handed than I would like. I'm preoccupied with the growing list of tasks ahead of me when I bump into Bonnie outside the kitchens, both of us cupping steaming mugs of stew intended to be eaten on the move. "How are they holding up?" I ask. She seems to understand immediately that I'm referring to the group of pregnant women we rescued from Swordhammer. Bonnie sighs and shakes her head, her face somber. "About as well as you could expect. There aren't excessive signs of outward trauma, but that's not surprising given that they were spared beatings more often than the others and kept drugged while they conceived." "And how are they faring emotionally?" I ask as we lean against the wall. It's the first time I've stood still all day, and even in the dying light I can see the telltale signs of fatigue on Bonnie's face. As upsetting as it is for me to hear what some of these women have endured at the hands of other orcs, I can only imagine the toll it's taking on her. Some are doing better than others. They are so distrusting I had to ask Grandpa to take a step away from them. "They'll only talk to me," Bonnie says simply, giving me a sad smile. "All but one have decided to give up the babies after they're born. I can't say that I blame them after what they've been through, but it's hard to know that they're having to carry out pregnancies they never wanted. Even harder to think about what these babies will grow up, not knowing about their biological fathers." I nod, staring at the ground. The hell these women have been put through is more than anyone could ever imagine, and they're well within their rights to try and reclaim their lives once their babies are born. But I can't help but feel a pang of pity for the children. The babies that will be born never asked for any of this, just like their mothers never asked for this. But because of a handful of terrible orcs, they've been forced into situations I wouldn't wish on anyone. I can't help but be fascinated by the one woman who has elected to keep her child. I admire her choice more than I know how to say, but I don't know if it is a choice I would make in her shoes. To raise a child alone, even without the trauma surrounding this particular child's conception, takes a spine of steel and a heart of gold. "What of the woman who wants to keep her child?" I ask Bonnie as she downs the last dregs of her stew. She looks up at me, her brow furrowing in confusion. "What do you mean?" she asks as she begins to walk back toward the clinic. Without thinking, I follow her, eager to know more about the mystery woman, but quickly realizing that I'm not entirely sure what I mean either. "Well, where is she staying? Is she with the other pregnant women?" In the week since we rescued the humans from Swordhammer, Loki has established several homes along the eastern border. Most of the refugees are sharing homes while we continue to build more and expand our resources, and nearly all of the pregnant women have elected to stay together. I imagine they feel safer this way. I doubt they were allowed to socialize much with the other humans, and even if they were, I'm sure there was resentment of how the pregnant women were favored over the other humans on the base, if you can call what they endured a favor. She's nearby the other pregnant women, but not living in the same house, Bonnie replies, pulling me from my thoughts as we enter the clinic. Under Bonnie's careful eye, the clinic has turned into something resembling a traditional human hospital, bustling with activity and volunteers who've been learning medicine from human medical textbooks as well as orc shamans. Loki figured that if Vera does in fact keep her child after birth, she'll need a private space to raise the little one, so he granted her one of the few solitary homes we can afford to hand out. Vera, what a beautiful name. So Vera is all alone? I ask. How's she getting by on her own? There's someone taking care of her, right? I follow Bonnie as she weaves between patient beds, her grandfather working over one side of the room as she heads to the back of the other. My questions coming faster as I begin to think more about Vera living alone on the eastern border of the base. Camille and Mary were both very delicate during their pregnancies, and even Carissa is grumpy most of the time and unusually fussy about things like temperature and food. Is she eating enough? Nutrition is an important part of keeping mother and baby healthy. Are you keeping tabs on her health, Bonnie? As soon as the last question leaves my mouth, Bonnie stops where she is so abruptly that I stumble, trying to avoid knocking her over. It's only as I'm catching myself and regaining my balance that I realize I've been breathing down her neck, throwing questions at her faster than she can answer them as she tries to work. Bonnie puts her hands on her hips as she looks up at me, exasperation clear on her face. I smile sheepishly and rub the smooth skin on my head as I back up a few steps, trying to give her the personal space I'd been so blatantly ignoring moments ago. Bonnie is easily one of the busiest people on the base, especially given all of our new arrivals, and here I am pestering her. Of course you are. I'm sorry, I say as I look down at her. I didn't mean to insinuate you weren't taking good care of her. For such a small-statured woman, Bonnie carries a command presence even the largest orc wouldn't be able to ignore, and I can't help but squirm under her gaze. Bonnie sighs before rolling her eyes, a smile playing on her lips. You wouldn't dare insinuate that. And we both know it, she says with a grin. I smile back at her, relieved that I haven't made too much of a jerk of myself. I'm also sorry for pestering you for this long. It's obvious how busy you are. I have other things to attend to, so I'll leave you be, I tell her, making my way towards the doors of the clinic. Jorgen! She calls from behind me, catching up with me before I can make my escape. I'm not upset with you. I'm just stretched thin, and social graces aren't my best skill even when I'm well-rested and relaxed, Bonnie jokes, elbowing me, just like somebody else I know. I smile, shifting my weight awkwardly as my eyes fall to the floor. She's not wrong. I have many skills, but dealing with people has never really been one of them. I'm glad somebody other than me is thinking about her, Bonnie continues, her gaze softening as she looks at me. I've got a lot to do here, but if you're really that concerned about how she's doing, why not get to know her? I'm shaking my head before Bonnie's sentence even ends. I'm not sure that an unfamiliar male orc knocking on her door is what she needs right now, I say, backing slowly towards the exit. She's been through a lot, and my presence would put her on edge at best. I don't want her to be uncomfortable or to be reminded of any of what she's endured when she should be focused on recovering. Jorgen, I can think of no one better to prove to her that not every male orc she meets is a threat to her. You're the captain of the new guard protecting her, and the gentlest giant I've ever met. I think you knocking on her door is exactly what she needs. My face heats at the compliment, any kind of retort escaping me. Before I can respond, Bonnie presses a piece of paper into my hand, patting me on the arm before turning back toward her patients. Those are the directions to her house. If you really want to know more about her and how she's doing, ask her yourself. She tosses over her shoulder with an encouraging smile. I think it'd do wonders for the both of you.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love.
Vampires.
Demons.
Dark elves.
Gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Prothika Fantasy Romance Bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Prothika at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprothika.com. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 4. Vera. I've decided that I like it here at Burning Sun. I'm still not convinced that it's the utopia some people make it out to be, but it's certainly much, much more preferable to the life I led at Swordhammer. When news of my decision to keep my child reached Loki, the chieftain, he visited with me personally. I expected him to try and convince me to give up my baby, or to try and warn me about how difficult things would be, but he was surprisingly encouraging. I've never known orc men to be particularly kind, but Loki was. It was refreshing, if a little unexpected. It was also unexpected to see his mate, Mary, and their child, a half-human, half-orc little girl, beautiful and healthy, beaming at her father as he took her into his arms. It's the kind of future any mother hopes for when they think of their future child. My hand subconsciously makes its way back to my belly, cradling the baby growing inside of me. My future may not look like Mary and Loki's, but it can still be bright. I already love this child enough for 2 people. There's no reason their life will be any less full or happy just because their father isn't in the picture. If anything, the absence of their father all but guarantees a happier life. Unfortunately, not everyone seems to relinquish the image of a 2-parent family so easily. Since moving into the home Loki had prepared nearby the other Swordhammer refugees, I've had more than my fair share of concerned citizens stopping in to check on me. There's a part of me that understands and even appreciates the extra attention and care I've received. After all, my story reads like a tragedy to anyone who doesn't know me. But more than anything, I wish to be left alone to begin building the life I want for my child and I. The worst of all of my callers, however, have been the orc men. None of them have been violent or threatening. In my opinion, their visits have been worse. They've been doting, acting as if I'm a damsel in need of rescuing, some even going so far as to offer to step in as my child's father. I try to suffer their advances politely, believing that their offers of assistance are made from places of genuine interest and a desire to help. But I can't imagine what must be going on in their minds to lead them to offer such a thing. It could be cultural, I suppose, I think to myself as I wash up the dishes left by my latest and most frequent visitor, Elder Vala. Elder Vala has easily been one of the most persistent of my suitors, if you could call him that. He's a kind enough orc, but in truth, I'd have thrown him out a long time ago if it weren't for his position in the clan. While Burning Sun seems different from Swordhammer, I have no interest in testing the boundaries of any of the council elders. In any case, while Elder Vala may be among the most persistent of the male orcs, he's certainly not my least favourite. Some of the other orcs have made more romantic advances, seeming to think that I'm looking for someone to act as both a mate and a father, but thankfully Vala has done no such thing. I am an expert in human children, my dear girl, he told me last night over tea, pushing his wire-rimmed glasses up the bridge of his nose. I can help take care of you and the babe both during your pregnancy and after. I can assure you that my offer is purely academic, of course. I've no interest in establishing myself as your mate, not that you need one, Vala said with a knowing smile, sipping his tea noisily. Besides, I've always been interested in human gestation, and you make for an excellent specimen. I suppress the urge to roll my eyes at the memory. Vala is kind, and his strange habits are endearing in some ways, but he talks about me and my child as if we're a science project to be observed and recorded. Still, his presence is better than others, I suppose. At least I don't have to worry about any romantic advances from him. In exchange for satisfying his curiosity about human pregnancies, I've gotten some much-needed help around the house and someone comfortable to spend time with. I like Vala, for all of his strange tendencies, and having him around both discourages other potential suitors and gives me someone to talk to. I sigh as I put the last of the dishes away, turning my attention to the rest of the kitchen. The house Loki assigned me truly is a wonderful place to raise a child. The small, one-story cottage is nestled along the eastern border of the base, close enough to other homes to have people nearby in case of emergencies, but with enough space to keep the property feeling private. There's a large oak tree outside, perfect for a swing when my little one is older, and the surrounding yard offers plenty of space for a garden and the clothesline hanging outside. Ah, the clothesline! I grab the wicker basket tucked under the kitchen table and make my way outside to the side of the house. I'd been letting some of my old clothes from Swordhammer soak in the water, hoping that leaving them in for some extra time might help wash the scent of that place off of them. The sun beats down as I wring out the clothes, birdsong and the commotion of the base drifting around me on the summer breeze. I toss the clothes into the basket, hefting it up onto my hip to carry around back to the waiting clothesline. I round the corner of the house, brushing stray hairs out of my face with my free hand when the weight on my hip disappears suddenly. My eyes dart up, meeting the eyes of a rather attractive orc. He's tall, with wide shoulders and a strong jaw offset by a surprisingly gentle gaze. I stumble backward, caught off guard by the orc's sudden appearance. He mirrors my motion, as if I've also startled him, his face falling slightly as if disappointed by my reaction. The sun glints strangely, and my heart leaps into my throat, thinking the light was caught by a blade of some kind. My panic disappears as quickly as it rose. The orc isn't wielding a blade at all. Rather, the light was caught by his head, which is completely devoid of hair. My eyes linger on his skull. Intrigue. I've never seen a bald orc before. It rather suits him, I think. You shouldn't be carrying something this heavy. The orc's deep voice startles me, and I realise I've been staring at him silently. His comment makes me bristle, though. Who is he to chastise me outside of my own home? I open my mouth to retort when he speaks again. It's not good for you, you know. You should be careful while you're pregnant. His voice is softer this time, almost carrying a nervous quality. The idea of such a massive orc being nervous because of me is almost enough to make me laugh. My eyes flit back to his bald head, intrigued by this confusing, completely unprecedented orc in front of me. Who are you? I blurt out at him.
Chapter 5. Jorgen, the way that she's staring at my head makes me a little self-conscious. I know that I'm bald, obviously, but does she have to gape like that? I don't know why I'm bald. It's very uncommon among orcs, and it's always been a bit awkward for me. I assume hair, for whatever reason, just doesn't grow on my head. It grows fine over the rest of my body, which makes it a bit peculiar. But I've just come to eventually accept it as the way that it is. My fingers twitch, wanting to cover my head from her view. But I know that I would look silly and weak, or worse, vain. While it might be possible to argue that I am, in fact, all of these things, I certainly don't want her to think so. None of them are traits that a good orc is proud to have. So, I nervously drum my anxious fingers against the leg of the pants instead. I don't really care if I have hair or not, but I can't help but wonder if she finds it ugly or repulsive. It's hard to read her expression to see what she's really thinking. I decide to stop worrying about it, at least for now. There's nothing that I can do about it anyway. Instead, I introduce myself. I'm Jorgen, I begin. I'm the head of security on the base. I try to punch up the word head, hoping to impress her, but I don't make too big of a deal about it, not wanting to be a show-off. I'm also in charge of maintaining order in the new human residences. This is a new job for me, one that I requested from Loki. I had to assure him that it wouldn't be too much for me in addition to my regular tasks. While I'm confident that I can handle both, I really only asked to be assigned here so that I could meet Vera. Like many of the orcs, I'm fascinated by her. Even without meeting her, there was something captivating about the one human who chose to keep and raise her baby. I'm not sure what it is that grabs my attention so. It might just be the simple fact that she can love a child she never asked for or chose to have. One thing that I've learned about humans recently is that they have a truly incredible capacity for love, but this seems to push that to a boundary even I would not have imagined possible. Now that I finally meet her in person, that awe that I have for her is only growing bigger. She's smaller than I am, but she has an immense strength of spirit. Even in her small frame, I can sense it within her. She has delicate features, thin eyebrows, high cheekbones, and a slender jaw. She's tan and looks healthy enough, but I wonder how this pregnancy might affect her. We've seen that both gestation and labor for the human women can be difficult, and the halfling babies tend to be large. I know that Bonnie has gone over all of this with her. I'm certainly not an expert on human women or childbirth, but it really sinks in for me. Everything that she's sacrificing out of love for a child she hasn't even met. She could be like the other women. She could start over and put this ordeal completely behind her. Let someone else raise the child, which will always be a lingering reminder of her suffering. No one would blame her if she did. She just has more love in her heart than pain, even after all that she's experienced. It's truly inspiring, even to someone like me who doesn't think he's ever cared about anyone that much. Vera blinks up at me. "I'm Vera," she finally offers. She doesn't say anything about my job or the human residences. She just reaches her arms out, trying to reclaim her laundry basket. I pull it away. "I'll take it," I inform her. "I told you, it's too heavy for a pregnant woman." I begin to walk toward the area where the wet clothes get hung out. She doesn't follow me at first, but then I can hear her quickly scurry to keep up. Apparently, she didn't think I really meant it. She finally comes to walk beside me. "Well, thank you," she offers, sounding a bit uncertain. "You're welcome," I reply, just as awkwardly. "Do you do this often?" Vera gives me a strange look. "Wash my clothes?" she asks in confusion. "I guess as often as anyone else." If my hands weren't busy holding the laundry basket, I'd smack myself in the forehead. What kind of a dent-headed question was that, Jorgen? Desperate to make up for it, my mind reaches for something else to talk about. Anything. I remember that Mary had told me once I needed to be more confident and talk more to meet women. "Tell jokes," she said. I rack my brain for a joke, but nothing seems funny. "You know the best part about washing your own clothes?" I try nervously. "What?" she replies curiously. "You can do it to suit yourself." I wait for her to laugh. She nods. "Yes, I suppose that's true." My face falls. "I know that was a joke. Suit yourself like wearing clothes. A suit of clothes." Her forehead wrinkles in confusion. There's a long, awkward silence. "Like dressing yourself," I try again hopefully. "Oh," she finally replies. I suspect that she has no idea how to respond to something so stupid. I've spent a significant amount of time on this short walk, wanting to hit my own head. This is physically painful, and I blame Bonnie. No more jokes. I try to think of something at least intelligent, so that she won't think I'm completely incapable of a normal conversation. So far, I haven't done a great job of proving otherwise. I can't think of anything, which only makes me more anxious at having to make small talk. It's not really a skill of mine anyway, but my nerves are only making it worse. Luckily, we're finally there anyway. This area is reserved and designed just for drying the clothes. It's a wide space with a series of long metal bars. The clothes hang from the bars to dry. I set down the laundry basket on the grass. "Thank you," she says again politely. Not a problem, I reply. I'm here to help. We both reach into the basket at the same time and our hands touch. Her tan skin is warm and soft. I barely have time to notice that, however, because we both lean in toward the clothes at the same time. I'm slightly ahead of her, and her head smacks into my shoulder. The sound makes even me wince. Orcs are much stronger than humans by our very nature. We're dense and heavy and muscular. Even for an orc, I'm quite tough, built like a rock. You don't make a butterbody the head of security, after all. She lets out an audible moan and falls backward. Her hands fly up to cover her face, and my chest constricts with worry. All I can think about are those delicate features that I was staring at for so long. Her pretty, dainty nose, her high, graceful cheekbones. I really hope that I haven't ruined her face. It somehow seems disappointingly fitting that I would try to get close to something beautiful and have this happen instead. But I try not to think about that right now. I suck in my breath and gently put my hand onto her shoulder. I'm very careful, not wanting to hurt her anymore. Are you okay? I ask in concern. With bated breath, I wait for her answer.
Chapter 6. Vera. I rub my forehead with the tips of my fingers, surprised by how sore it is. It feels like I walked into a rock ledge. I pull my hands away from my face. He lets out a little sigh of relief, but gingerly rubs a finger over my head. It's a little red there, he admits. Are you okay? His eyes are wide, full of genuine concern and worry. I've had a lot of attention since I got here, but his sincerity appeals to me. Even though our walk was a bit awkward, I suddenly understand that he was just trying to break the ice. He wasn't very good at it, but to be honest, neither was I. I was being a bit standoffish, not sure if I trusted him or not. No wonder he didn't know how to talk to me. Now that he's looking at me like a puppy dog, I suddenly find him rather sweet and adorable. Who knew that an almost 8-foot-tall orc could be adorable? I giggle. I'm fine, I tell him. You're like a rock, you know that. He doesn't laugh. His face is very solemn as he nods. I'll cut down on my training, he promises. I can't help but laugh again. He doesn't even recognize it as a joke, which I'm starting to suspect might be an ongoing problem for him. But it's also the way he's so earnest about correcting this. I'm just one of many new women in his human residences, and the fact that he'd go this far to please us is, well, once again, adorable. I reach my hand out, touching his arm. You don't have to do that, I assure him with another giggle. With his other hand, he grabs mine and gently pulls me to my feet. Then he stares down at the red spot on my forehead, frowning. Are you sure that you're okay? He asks again. I'll be fine, I reassure him. I've certainly lived through worse, though I don't need to bring that up right now. Instead, I tease him. If you're really here to help, let me show you how it's done. He nods seriously. I'm listening. I do my best to stifle another giggle, not wanting to make him self-conscious. Then I reach for the basket and pull out a piece of clothing. I demonstrate how to hang it up so that it can dry properly. He nods to show his understanding and reaches for another item. I continue hanging clothes. On one of my trips back to the laundry basket, I finally notice what he's doing. Most of the clothes are still dripping wet. Even the ones that aren't sopping are hung in a crumpled heap that will take days to fully dry. No, I correct him, taking one off the line. You have to wring them out first. I demonstrate again. Then you have to spread them out, like this. He picks something else out of the basket, while I continue to fix his mistakes. Oops, I hear a moment later. I turn around to find him standing there looking sheepish with a piece of fabric in each hand. What? I ask, a bit suspicious at this point. Clearly he does not understand laundry at all, and it's harder to explain than I ever would have thought. He lifts both hands wordlessly. It takes me a minute to process that he's not holding 2 pieces of clothing. No, both hands are holding what used to be one shirt. When he tried to wring out the excess water, he must have accidentally ripped it in 2. His head is bowed, but he tentatively lifts his eyes to meet my gaze. He looks embarrassed, and I try very hard not to laugh. Still, despite my best efforts, my mouth quirks up in a smile. He sees it and smiles back self-consciously. "Sorry," he offers. "I guess I'm not very good at this." I can't help it and laugh loudly. "No, this is exactly what I was going for," I tease. "Soon I'll have twice as many shirts. You're a genius." He laughs too, but when he leans over the basket to try again, I wave him away. "Absolutely not. I was kidding. I need these clothes." "Well, can I help you another way?" he asks. I pause from my chore. "Not really," I finally admit. "I do appreciate the offer, though," I tell him sincerely. "Any time. I can always carry the basket for you, at least." "Yes," I agree. "You did excellent work there." I quickly finish hanging up my clothes. When I'm all done, I'm surprised to see that Jorgen's still standing off to the side, waiting for me. I just assumed that he would leave, since he had been dismissed from helping. I realise that I really don't mind that he stayed, however. Even though we just met a few minutes ago, he already feels like a friend. I'm not the sort of person who is always very trusting, or who makes friends instantly. So, to feel this connection with Jorgen is a little surprising. Maybe it's the way he's so harmlessly awkward. Maybe it's the concern he had when I bumped into him. I don't really know what explains it. But in any case, I'm comfortable with him. I don't mind him sticking around. We start the trek back. I can tell that he's still trying to think of a way to make conversation. I really don't mind the silence, but I don't want him to feel he has to do all the work to keep small talk going either. Then a thought occurs to me. I know what I can do. "Do you want me to introduce you to everyone at the human housing?" I ask. If he's going to be in charge of it, he probably should know who everyone is anyway. I know that he could just go around and introduce himself to everyone, but I don't mind making it a bit easier for him. If he is as quiet and shy with everyone as he is with me, he could probably use the help. Besides, I don't really want him to leave when we get back to the human residences. I like spending time with him. This would give me a reason to tag along beside him for a while and still let him get some work done. I'm not sure why I feel almost possessive of him already, like I don't want to let him go so that he can spend time with the other women. I have no claim to him after all. "It would be nice for you to know who everyone is," I explain, keeping my other thoughts to myself. "And since I already know them all, I can make it easier for you to get to know them." He looks down on me with just the slightest hint of a smile. "Yes," he agrees. "I would like to get to know everyone and become familiar with what they might need. I would appreciate your help very much." I don't know why I feel a little bit pricked to think that he's concerned with what all the humans need, that all the attention he's giving me isn't special, just a sign of his generous and sympathetic heart. But I shake it off, not wanting to think about that right now. Of course, he wasn't treating me like I am anything special. He's only known me for a few minutes. Taking care of us is his job, after all. He said so right at the very beginning when he introduced himself. He only stopped by to see me because I'm one of his residents, and he's going to pay just as much attention to the other residents. That's exactly the way it should be, I remind myself. And you're just helping him out so that he can do his job. "Happy to help," I say. "It's the least I can do."
Chapter 7. Jorgen. As Vera shows me around the new houses on the eastern border, it occurs to me that I'll need to be very careful about who I assign to help here. I can't be here all the time since I have other duties in the clan. But I can't assign just anyone here. It's mostly all women and children. Vera introduces them to me one by one, and I'm reminded of how fragile human women are. I intend to take my responsibility to protect them seriously. They've been through enough suffering. I know not all orcs are trustworthy to place with such vulnerable women. I'll need to make sure that I pick carefully. I make a mental note of it as Vera takes me inside another house. This is like our orphanage, Vera explains. The kids are all kept in one house together. The women take turns making sure that they're taken care of. A few children come rushing over as she walks in the door. They're excited to see her, and many of them begin to chatter immediately. Then they notice me beside her and immediately scatter. I'm a stranger, and it's clear that I scare them. They certainly seem comfortable with you, I note. They probably don't have good memories of orcs. That's true, Vera agrees. But I'm also in here a lot, so they've gotten used to me. They'll adjust, give them time. I turn to look at her. You're in here a lot? She nods. I spend most of my free time here, she admits. The children really need consistent adult figures to depend on. I find that I'm once again shocked by her generous heart. She has enough on her plate. Not only can she make room to love her own baby, but she has love for all these children as well. Still, I can't help but worry that she might be doing too much. Does it interfere with your pregnancy? I ask seriously. Our other human women needed a lot of rest when they were pregnant. She pauses, thinking it over. No, I don't think so. I mean, the kids are pretty easy on me. They're just happy for the attention. What about food or illness? I ask. You aren't sensitive at all, even though you're pregnant? I thought that difficult pregnancies, sickness, and moodiness were something that all humans experienced. She starts to pick up some toys off the floor. No, she replies easily. I feel fine. Maybe the baby knows that he or she can't make too much fuss. Maybe they don't want to trouble their mommy, she says, patting her belly. Do babies understand sympathy for their mothers? I wonder. I wouldn't have thought so, but it seems like a very human trait. Now I'm not at all certain it couldn't be possible, knowing what soft hearts the humans have. I'll have to ask Bonnie about it later. In any case, the baby in Vera's stomach seems even cuter than ever, now knowing that it can be so considerate for others. Vera begins to mingle with the children. I try to give them enough space, knowing that I scare them. I sit down on the floor, a respectful distance away, trying to seem less big and intimidating. It's clear that most of the children really adore her, and she adores them. She tells them stories and listens to theirs. She laughs at their jokes, and she hears about their concerns and worries. No wonder she chose to keep her baby. I can't help but think. She loves being a mom. She gently leads a few of them near me to make introductions. I do not push them out of their comfort zone, and neither does she. This seems to help, because in time they begin to realize I'm not a threat to them. They never are quite as comfortable with me as they are with her. But I don't blame them. I'm still new and unfamiliar. They at least aren't afraid of me anymore, which feels like a start. One even takes a ball right from my hands without wincing when I catch it after it rolls away. There are a few children who never really join the others. They sit on the outskirts of the room, their eyes wide and haunted. Their faces look blank, and it seems as though they are not even seeing their current surroundings. Their minds are elsewhere, worried and troubled. It's hard to watch, and yet somehow harder to look away. There's a sense of despair within them, a despondent sort of surrender that I've never seen. One turns their head to gaze over at a group of kids playing. His eyes aren't jealous of their fun, but bleak and hopeless. I can't help but shiver at his morbid expression. We orcs may not be gentle with our children, but this is too much. These are broken children, let down by the people who were supposed to take care of them. They experience and saw things that no one ever should. How could an orc inflict this on one of their own? They may be half human, half orc, but that still makes them one of us. I could curse the orcs responsible for their suffering. I can't understand an orc abusing members of their own race. True monsters who inflict this on innocent children. Only a monster would train them, force them against their will, into becoming killing machines. And other orcs who stood by and let it happen. I can't understand how anyone could live with this blood on their hands. It's shockingly reprehensible. Now these poor children who never asked to be born are here, abandoned and unwanted by their own mothers, and tortured by memories of things too awful to imagine. The misery weighs heavy on me. My expression must give my thoughts away because Vera draws nearer. "You sure keep sighing a lot," she points out dryly. "Something the matter?" I sigh again. I can't help it. The children here are so pitiful, I comment in a low voice, not wanting to be overheard. Children should be innocent. They shouldn't carry all this darkness. I rub my eyes tiredly. No one ever should have given them such burdens. Orcs raise their children to be warriors, to be tough, but even we wouldn't do this to a child. And there's so many of them. It's tragic. Her eyes look sorrowful for a moment, but then she sits down beside me and touches my arm. "But they're out of that darkness now," she points out. "We all are. Thanks to you. They're walking into the light. It takes some of them a bit longer for their eyes to adjust, but they're finally in the light now." I look around the room again. I think that I can see what she means. Some of the children have that vacant, haunted look, but others are laughing and playing and finally getting to act like children. They probably never got to do that before. She continues speaking, her voice sounding hopeful. "They're going to get better and better and better, and someday they'll forget their sad memories. It's still fresh, still recent, but they'll replace them with better things in time." She turns her head to look into my eyes. "Your clan has given that to them, to all of us, a chance to be happy. They gave them a better life, just like they gave me." I shake my head, mystified. She has a light and an energy that is hard to wrap my head around. It's both dazzling and baffling. I've never had nearly the troubles that she has, and even I can't see the good in everything the way that she can. "How can you be so warm and positive after everything that you've been through? After all that happened to you?" I ask her in amazement.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 8. Vera, how can you be so warm and positive after everything that you've been through? After all that happened to you? He shakes his head. If I had lived through everything that you have, it would be hard to convince me that there's any good anywhere. It's amazing that you can still hope for something better. I know that he means it as a compliment. He's impressed by my spirit, my resolve. He thinks it's the highest form of flattery, that I haven't let the cruelty of the world darken my thoughts. But being the focus of his praise just reminds me of an uncomfortable truth, one that I've pushed down. The smile slides off my face as I'm confronted by the reality that I will always be marked by my abuse, no matter how hard I try to conceal it. I know, of course, that I've suffered, but I don't like to think about it. I guess it's a form of denial, but it works for me. I like to focus on the great things ahead of us, the limitless possibilities for us now that we've been rescued by the Burning Sun clan. I don't want to think about everything I've been through to get here. To be honest, I'd rather not remember that I've been through anything at all. He sees the look on my face and quickly begins to backtrack. "I'm sorry," he begins. "That was uncalled for. I didn't mean to pry and pull open your wound." I shake my head and smile gently. "It's fine," I reassure him. "It's not like you said anything I didn't know. I remember sometimes, but mostly I try not to think about it. I'm happy now, and that's what I focus on. I'm glad you're happy, he replies. I'm finally going to have my own family, my child. I know it isn't the way most people would pick, but I'm still glad to have him, or her. My baby is innocent, despite all the bad that happened, and I want to keep them that way. You're truly amazing, Jorgen replies slowly. Your character, your integrity, it really shines in a way that no one else could ever try to compare. I flush and smack his arm. You make it sound like I'm a hero or something. I chastise him, embarrassed. He opens his mouth as if he's about to argue, and I'm not sure that I want to hear what he has to say. Instead, I quickly cut him off. Would you like to come over to my house for dinner? I suggest. I'll cook. He agrees immediately. I head to the kitchen, where another woman is currently preparing dinner for the orphans. I let her know that we're leaving, and then I walk Jorgen back to my house. In the kitchen, I begin to get everything ready. I start to pull out ingredients, assessing what I have for tonight's meal. Since I wasn't anticipating company, I'll have to improvise. I'll help, Jorgen offers readily. I study him for a moment, trying to decide if he's serious. But he looks earnest, not just offering because it's the polite thing to do. With only the slightest hesitation, I finally agree. Somehow, I don't have a lot of faith in his skills. Still, I'm sure I can find a way to include him in the meal preparation if he's willing. But if you cook like you do laundry, I reserve the right to kick you out to the living room until I'm done, I tease. I can't have you burning down my house. He looks sheepish again but promises me that he knows how to cook. I'll be the judge of that, I warn him. Luckily, he quickly proves that he's much better in the kitchen. I start off by having him prepare the dough for a loaf of bread. He puts everything together, following the directions easily. Despite his success, at the last moment, I start having second thoughts about letting him mix it. My mind can't help but flash back to my torn shirt. Here, I interrupt hastily, pulling the bowl out of his hands. I'll finish that. Can you find the oil? He laughs a little, reading my mind. You don't trust me? Embarrassed, I chuckle too. Bread can be finicky, I defend myself as I turn it gently with my hands. It's not my fault my bread always comes out tough, he argues. I'm an orc. He starts rummaging around, trying to find the oil as I suggested. So, you admit it, I tease. I was right, you can't make bread. Only his back is visible to me, but I can see his shoulders shrug indifferently. I can make anything, he retorts. Whether or not anyone wants to eat it is a whole different issue. He pulls out the oil and turns around to face me again. Now what? He asks, setting it down on the table. Can you take a stick of butter and grease that pan? I ask. Once he has done so, he slides the bread pan in my direction. I add the dough, spreading it out to make sure that it's even. I notice that once I've completed that, he sets the pan off to the side where it won't be disturbed. Then he covers it with a towel. I start to wonder if I was wrong to judge his cooking skills so harshly. I begin to mix the oil and some spices together in a large stock pot. When it's done, I'll use it to slow cook a large cut of pork for the two of us. You can cut up a salad if you like, I suggest. He grins a little. Oh, so that you trust me to do? Of course, I tease. I'd imagine the head of security should know how to use a knife safely. Am I wrong? He picks up a handful of flour, left behind from the bread. Then he flicks his hand in my direction. The white powder sprays everywhere, coating my neck and shirt with a light dust. While you are correct in my knife-handling abilities, he begins, I can't help but think that your tone is a bit sarcastic. I turn around, shaking my spoon at him. If you don't behave yourself, I'm going to eat this entire meal by myself. Maybe I'll even make you sit there and watch. He pushes his hands together, as if pleading for sympathy. No, he promises. Whatever is in that pot smells too good. I'll behave, I promise. True to his word, he begins to chop up the ingredients to make a salad. As he does that, I make a dressing to go with it. He's very careful to ask about each item before he adds it to the salad. I know that morning sickness and nausea are common complaints during pregnancy. In a lot of ways, it's kind of sweet that he wants to make sure I can eat everything. But it starts to get a bit tiring, having to tell him over and over that I'm fine with anything he wants to include. I can't help but wonder why he worries so much about my pregnancy. I know that he says he's curious about it, and I can understand that. But he seems to almost disbelieve me when I say that I haven't had many difficulties. There aren't very many women here in the orc clan, but there have been quite a few pregnancies among them. Hopefully soon I can spend more time with some of them to get a better feeling of what the rest of my pregnancy might be like. Jorgen's shock that it hasn't been miserable makes me wonder what I might be in for in the future. We continue talking and laughing as the food cooks. At one point, we get so distracted by our conversation that we nearly forget about our meal. I snatch the bread out of the oven just in the nick of time. But to be honest, I don't think I'd even mind if the bread had burned. The company is worth it.
Chapter 9. Jorgen. Does the baby wake up when you eat? I ask her curiously, taking another large portion of pork. Mary always said that cold drinks made her baby kick. She was never quite sure if that meant she liked it or not. Vera finishes chewing, then purses her lips. I haven't really noticed the baby kicking too much yet, she admits. I think that's not until they get bigger. Right now I can only feel them moving when I'm very still and quiet. I laugh. Well, it doesn't seem like you're ever still. Between your own chores and the orphanage, I point out. She grins back at me. Exercise and staying active is actually good for pregnant women, she points out. Is it? I comment in surprise. I didn't know that. She nods. Yes, it's important not to overdo anything. I don't want to get hot, dehydrated. But some light chores are good for me and the baby. I nod thoughtfully, taking in what she says. What kind of exercise is recommended? Vera shrugs. To be honest, I don't know. Bonnie said that I can do what I like, within reason. But I've also only met with her one time so far. I can imagine that prenatal care was probably not a big concern back on the Swordhammer base. But I don't voice that out loud, remembering how she doesn't like thinking about those days. Bonnie's an excellent doctor, I reply instead. I'm sure that she'll take wonderful care of you and your baby. We're very lucky to have a human doctor with us now. Yes, Vera agrees enthusiastically. She was very kind and caring. I think I'll like her quite a bit. It's so interesting the way that the orcs and humans get along here. We're one of a kind, I'd imagine. That's a fairly recent development, but I'd say most of us are quite happy with how it's turned out so far. Yeah? She says questioningly, cutting off a slice of bread. It started mostly by accident, I explain. One of our best warriors, Yurish, had a disorder that caused him to become uncontrollable. It made him an excellent fighter, but unpredictable. Camille had the cure for it, and I think that opened our eyes to how humans and orcs can work together for better outcomes for both of us. Her eyes grow wide. Wow, she breathes. That's really interesting. I nod. Then once Camille joined us, other humans came along. Bonnie came to be our doctor, along with her grandfather, and she mated with Her cousin is Mary. She's our chieftain's, Loki's, mate now. Humans are so vulnerable compared to orcs that it can be very hard for us to survive, she notes sadly. The world is a tough, dangerous place for us. It's really meaningful to come here and see a clan where humans aren't just getting by, but even get to contribute. You're contributing a fantastic meal to me right now, I kid. Consider your work done. She laughs. While a noble pursuit, I might have higher ambitions than that someday, she remarks. And I'm sure you'll make them come true, I tell her seriously. You have an inner strength that will serve you well. She blushes and looks down at her plate. After a moment of silence, I clear my throat. Well, you can thank the women who came before you for opening our eyes. If they hadn't been charming enough to win over some of our biggest and best leaders, we wouldn't be here talking like friends right now. Then I'm certainly glad they laid the groundwork, she says cheerfully. I appreciate your companionship. Now it's my turn to feel a little embarrassed, but instead I just pass a bowl of potatoes to her. She takes them with a smile, then only dishes out a handful onto her plate. I'm getting stuffed, she remarks. She idly plays with the food on her plate, stirring it around. So, what is your job exactly being in charge of the human residences? You said this is in addition to your position as head of security? I briefly explain my job in security and how I work to keep the clan safe. The time I've spent learning to recognize potential threats and how to protect our people from them. And that applies to the addition of all of these new humans, I point out. I want to ensure that while you integrate into our clan, the women and children have everything they need to stay safe and avoid any new trauma. She gazes at me admiringly. That's a very noble pursuit of your own, she says, echoing my earlier words back at me. I rub the back of my neck, uncomfortable with her praise. I'm enjoying getting to know Vera better. I'm not used to having company while I eat, but it turns out to be a very nice experience. Just as I'm about to open my mouth to ask another question, we're interrupted. A loud voice is shouting outside her front door. Vera, I'm famished, someone yells. I can smell your meal from outside. The food smells delicious. I look at her in surprise. Was she expecting someone else? I've learned that humans are rather social creatures. Her face looks just as startled, and it's quickly apparent to me that she didn't invite whoever it is. I hear the door open and the sound of footsteps as someone lets themselves into her house. I start to stand, turning to her to indicate that I will take care of it. It's bizarre to me that someone has such poor manners. I don't think even humans tend to just walk into other people's private spaces as far as I have seen. But these are also a different kind of human, exposed to tortures we cannot imagine at the Swordhammer base. I may have made some incorrect assumptions when I used my limited experiences with humans like Mary and Bonnie as a comparison. Perhaps there are more safety concerns than I was aware of. If the person is dangerous, however, I'm glad that I'm here with her. Who better than the head of security to deal with an intruder? I glance over to her, wanting to reassure her that there is nothing to be afraid of. She doesn't look scared, however. The expression that crosses her face seems closer to annoyance. It's enough to give me pause, waiting to see who it is. I'm still half standing, prepared to defend her if needed, when they appear in the doorway. It's Vala, of all orcs. He's not even one of the residents in this new section of housing. He's an orc, and one of our elders. Vala marches himself right up to the table, sitting down as though he belongs here. He begins reaching across the table, making himself a plate. The look on my face, I'm sure, is one of pure astonishment. I glance over at Vera, but she hasn't said a word. In fact, she calmly passes him the bowl of potatoes. He finally stops grabbing at the food. His eyes roam around the room, seeming to notice me for the first time. "What are you doing here, Baldy?" he quips. "Have a seat, don't be rude." My mouth opens and closes, unsure how to respond. The very idea that he's remarking on my manners after he let himself in like that makes me see red, not to mention the Baldy comment. Silently, I give one last searching look to Vera. Her face is impassive, but I notice that she won't even meet my eyes now. She's staring down at her plate instead, once again pushing the food around. I know one thing for certain. I don't want to ruin her meal. This is her home, after all. Despite what Vala might imply, I do have manners. I know better than to start a fight at the dinner table. So I grit my teeth and sit back down. Chapter 10. Jorgen. Vala is, to put it mildly, not one of my favorite people. He's the only one who ever dares to call me Baldy to my face. I suppose he thinks that, as an elder, he can get away with it. Speaking of elders, I have no idea how he ever got to be one. He's the most shameless, irritating orc I've ever met. He's loud and mouthy, something I absolutely despise. I think it's better to be quiet until you have something important to say. And he's useless as far as I'm concerned. He doesn't even like fighting. He says that it's unrefined. What kind of orc doesn't fight? And why would we make them an elder of all things? I can't help but wonder what he's doing here. I dislike him so much that it's hard to understand how he could be friends with Vera. Though I've decided to behave, I can't help but ask, you know him? Vera goes to fetch him a fork and spoon. Yes, he's an expert in humans, and he's promised to help me with the baby. He's read all about babies and childbirth, so he's going to be there for support. Vera's back is turned, and she can't see the way my face darkens. I shoot a glare at Vala. He pretends not to notice. What a lowlife this guy is, worming his way in by taking advantage of a nervous first-time mother. His shame really is bottomless. It's disgusting. Vera brings the utensils back, even though Vala hasn't bothered to wait. He's already stuffing food into his mouth with his bare hands. When he grabs for my favorite, the braised pork, with his grubby hands, I can take it no more. I kick him lightly under the table, my way of telling him to knock it off. He yelps like a stuck pig. Just when I think this guy couldn't fall any lower, he pulls a move like that. I just kicked him lightly, geez. Vera might think he's intelligent, but I know better. I'm not falling for his claims that he's read a lot of books. The guy is a moron, through and through. What's wrong? Vera asks in concern. I shoot him a dark look, making it clear that he'd better keep his mouth shut. He must get the hint because he swallows hard. Nervously, he begins to stammer out. It's nothing. It was a mosquito, a big one, and it bit me. She wrinkles her forehead as though she's about to question his answer. I can't blame her. It's pretty stupid as far as excuses go. Then again, Vala is pretty stupid as far as orcs go. Don't worry about Vala, I reply before she can say anything more. You'll get used to him. He's not like the other orcs, always so dramatic. She nods, accepting the explanation. Vala shoots me a dirty look in response, but says nothing. Instead, he focuses on his food, shoveling it in like he's starving. It's barbaric, even to me. Vera and I try to continue our conversation. We both began eating much earlier, so we finish well before Vala. But even with food in his mouth, he barely lets me get a word in edgewise. Every question I ask, he seems to answer for her. He talks over both of us, seeming to think that the conversation revolves around him. I have no interest in his words, but he remains unfazed by this. I have half a mind to tell him to be quiet, but I don't want Vera to think badly of me. Finally, Vera and I both seem to give up. I could talk to her all day, but not like this. Our earlier charming interludes have completely disappeared in the face of Vala's interruption. When we're done eating, I help her clear the table. Vala stands in the middle of the kitchen, which makes everything take much longer. We have to keep working around him, but he seems completely oblivious. Even when I have to reach around him to pick up, he doesn't bother to help. Or at least, take the hint to move aside. I was hoping that he would disappear when dinner was over. Maybe he was just looking for an easy meal. But he hangs around like a bedsore that won't go away. We sit in the living room for a bit. I'm not really sure what to do next, but I don't want to leave him there alone with her. The conversation is pleasant enough, but it still isn't the same with him there. There's an awkward, stilted quality thanks to our discomfort and his pervasive way of taking over. I ask her a few more questions about her pregnancy, but Vala acts as though he knows more than she does. Maybe he does, since he does claim to have read up on the subject. When he speaks for her, she looks at him admiringly, as if she's grateful to have this fountain of knowledge. I can't help but wonder if he's just making it all up, though. Does he really know as much as he says, or is he just lying? Since this is Vera's first pregnancy, I wonder if she'd know the difference anyway. I try to retain some of his facts, intending to ask Bonnie later. I'm not about to let him lead Vera astray just because he wants to look like a big shot in front of her. I do at least take a minute to wonder if I want him to be right or not. Is it selfish of me to hope that he isn't really an expert, because I don't like the way it feels like he's showing me up? Vera seems to find his expertise comforting, and it nags me a bit that I dislike it so much. I should be rooting for her, and if Vala hanging around is really for the best, then so be it. But somehow I can't seem to make my mind truly accept this. In the end, I dismiss it as unimportant. I think he's a phony and of no benefit to Vera. When we run out of things to talk about, Vera shows us around her house quickly. Under normal circumstances, I would have enjoyed the tour, but once again, Vala seems to put a real damper on everything. He keeps jumping in to explain human customs and traditions. It's particularly grating since there's a real live human standing right in front of us who could speak for herself if his mouth ever stopped going. Vera starts to look sleepy, and I decide that it's time to say goodnight. At first, it seems like Vala isn't going to take the hint. He acts as though he's going to stay after I leave. I have no intention of letting that happen, of course, and practically drag him out of the house with me. We walk together, just far enough away to be safely out of sight. When I'm certain that Vera can't see us any longer, I use one fist to grab the collar of Vala's shirt. Then, I push him up against a tree intimidatingly. "What game are you playing at, Vala?" I demand. "I know you. What are your intentions with Vera?" He is nonplussed by my reaction. He must have expected it, considering the way he screamed like a baby when I kicked him. Calmly, he simply pries my fingers open one at a time, freeing himself. It irritates me that he's able to break my grip. He's a lot stronger than I would expect. I have half a mind to clobber him and see what he thinks of that, but I want his answer. Instead of explaining himself, he coolly looks me over. "I could ask you the same thing," he remarks. "The head of security, hanging around a pregnant woman? What could you possibly get from her?"
Chapter 11. Vera. Early the next morning, I open the front door, ready to step outside to assess the day. It's part of my regular routine. I like to check the weather before I begin planning my calendar and activities. I'm immediately distracted, however, by the bottle waiting there. I look down at it curiously, bending over to pick it up in one hand. I notice that there is a package beside it, but I don't bother with that yet. I turn the bottle over, noting that it's full of fresh milk. Even in the little bit of time that I have been here, I have learned that this is a very rare treat. The clan has just recently started to raise cows. Milk, though technically available, is a very limited resource. My attention shifts to the package on the ground. I bend over once more, setting the bottle back down for a moment. Instead, my hands gingerly peel back the paper cover. Inside is fresh meat. And not just any cut of meat. Someone has taken the time to clean it thoroughly and chop it into a finely ground patty. I look around at the nearby houses, mystified. Is this really for me? I wonder. Who brought this? It's deserted out here. No one stirs within my eyesight, likely all still comfortable in their own houses. I'm not sure what to do. If it isn't mine, I don't want to take it inside. But it was on my doorstep after all. Maybe they provided this to all the new humans, like a welcome gift. Since there's no one around to ask, my rumbling stomach finally makes up my mind. I really want the milk. If it turns out to be a mistake, I guess I'll just figure out a way to make up for it later. The milk is too tempting to turn aside, and I don't want to leave it to spoil. Inside, I start preparing breakfast. Now that I have meat and milk, my options are suddenly a lot more appetizing. With a little spice, fried potato slices, and some bread left over from last night, I have a meal to be proud of. The milk is a delicious treat. I drink it straight, enjoying the creamy texture. It's been so long since I've had fresh milk. It's refreshing alongside the bread. When I'm finally done eating, I feel satiated. I idly pat my belly, recalling my full meal from the night before with Jorgen. I certainly get a lot to eat these days. I'm sure that the baby appreciates it. I rub my belly again, but they give no response. Once I clean up after my meal, I do some brief housework. I don't have long since I have a checkup with Bonnie today. but I at least tidy up to make sure things stay presentable. Then I take a bath and head out of the house. I leave early so that I have plenty of time and walk slowly so that I can observe the sights. I haven't been here long enough to know many people, but the community looks nice enough. There are lots of signs that this will be a good place to live. There are small parks and playgrounds, fields for sports, and even a small school. I imagine what it will be like in a few years, when my child is old enough to enjoy these things, not to mention the children in the orphanage. We truly are so lucky to end up here. When I finally get to the mini hospital, I notice big solar panels that are providing electricity. I am used to most of the town being without power, but it makes sense that they would want it here. Even though electricity is scarce, it can do a lot of good to have it running at the hospital. I walk inside the doors and quickly run into Jorgen. "Hi," I greet him cheerfully, surprised to see him. "Hello," he replies, looking just as surprised. "What are you doing here?" he asks curiously. "It's my checkup today," I explain. "What a coincidence to run into you." His eyes light up. "Your checkup?" he echoes. "Could I maybe come with you? I'm very curious about the whole process." I shrug a little. He seems nice and harmless enough, and I can understand his curiosity. Their connection to humans is fairly new, even less with pregnant humans. If orcs and humans are going to continue to live and thrive together, they need to be able to understand each other. I'm happy to help with that, even in this silly little way. "Sure," I finally agree. "I guess there's no harm in that." "Hey," I realise, "what are you doing here anyway?" "I wanted to check out the new mini-hospital," he admits. "I was curious. It used to be a simple clinic, but Bonnie's made some upgrades. We saved some more advanced machines from the city centre, and now we have solar power here to run them." He must have a very inquisitive mind, I think to myself, curious about childbirth and healthcare. Well, I suppose it makes sense. The only way to stay safe is to prepare for every possible threat, which requires being observant. He is the head of security after all, and it's his job to be on top of things. I walk with him to Bonnie's office where she is waiting for me. Jorgen moves slowly, checking out the various rooms and equipment. I can't help but wonder what he's looking for, but it doesn't seem to be anything in particular. He's simply taking it all in, the way that I did walking through the base earlier. We talk a bit as we walk, just idle conversation. None of it is particularly important, but I'm reminded once again of how much I enjoy talking with him. Other people in the clan are friendly, but their interest is somehow off-putting. With Jorgen, it feels natural and unforced. When we reach Bonnie's office, I hesitate. I don't want to interrupt her if she's busy, even though I know that I have an appointment. The door is open, but I rap on the side of the frame to announce my presence. As I poke my head inside, I see that she is standing up from a desk. She doesn't seem at all put out by my arrival. In fact, she's already scurrying over toward the door to greet me. Come in, she says. "I'm so glad you made it. This is going to be an exciting visit." I step all the way inside the room, and she opens her arms for a hug. I return it readily, glad to have a doctor that I feel so comfortable with. I have no experience with childbirth, and I thought that I would be on my own. To have the support of so many people willing to help feels like a dream come true. "Of course it's exciting. I'm having a baby," I reply. Sometimes it still doesn't feel real, even to me. I'm sure that as the baby gets bigger, that will change. Right now it intrudes so little on my life that it seems a bit surreal to believe I'll be a mother soon. "Yes," she agrees, pulling away. "But—" She stops abruptly, noticing Jorgen following behind me for the first time. "Jorgen!" she exclaims in surprise. "What are you doing here?" I can't help but laugh. "He's ever curious," I remark. Curious about the new hospital, curious about the machines, curious about childbirth. He asked if he could tag along, and I said that would be fine. It is, right? It occurs to me that I never thought to ask Bonnie if he could come, but she just smiles warmly. Of course, she agrees. If it's okay with you, it's okay with me.
Prothika is a dark and dangerous world.
My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
And the quest for godhood has made it even darker.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
Delia only seeks her freedom.
A gilded cage is still a cage.
But Thorn has something else in mind for her.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. My key to godhood.
Will they be able to escape their fate? Get every episode from worldsofprothika.com right now. Get the series bundle and score a 70% discount. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this series is just the beginning.
Chapter 12. Jorgen. We sit down in 2 chairs on the other side of Bonnie's desk. Bonnie takes her own chair back and asks Vera a few questions. "Are you getting enough to eat?" she begins. "That's not normally a problem here, but I just want to make sure you have adequate resources." She chuckles a little. "Just ask Jorgen," she replies. "I ate dinner with him last night until I was stuffed. Another good meal this morning." I try not to beam, knowing that I'm the reason she had a good meal this morning. But over Vera's head, Bonnie gives me a scrutinizing look, and my smug expression is wiped off my face. I know what she's thinking. She doesn't understand why I'm here and why I'm pretending to be so interested in the hospital as an excuse to spend time with Vera, especially when she hears that I had dinner with her last night. I pretend not to see it, not wanting to explain myself to her. The truth is too complicated to get into now, though I might let her in on my secret later. Yesterday, when I confronted Vala, he had some interesting information to share. It turns out that Vera has had plenty of potential suitors. I didn't have anywhere near the advantage there that I assumed I did. I was worried to think that Vala was moving in as competition, but Vala was the least of my problems. He made it clear to me that Vera had several options and had rejected every one of them. "Why?" I couldn't help but ask. He gave me a knowing smirk, seeing right through me. I wanted to pummel him, but he was still an elder. Plus, I needed to know what he knew. "She's looking for friendship," he explained. "She needs a friend more than a lover right now." He paused for emphasis while I soaked in the meaning of his words. "As for me," he continued a moment later, "I'm not in the market for either. My interest in Vera is purely educational. While her friendship is fine, it's merely a side note for me. I want to learn more about human pregnancy, the same way I study anything relating to humans." Then he smoothed out his clothes, patting out the wrinkles that I had left behind in my rough handling of him. "As for you, I don't believe for a second you have no interest in her. You're young, it's to be expected. Perfectly natural. I suggest that you don't waste time and keep my advice in mind." That was enough for me to take a step back and assess the situation. I can't waste time waiting until she's ready for companionship. I need to be here now, or I may lose my spot to someone else. And now, if she only wants friends, then that makes my action clear. I must befriend her first. If I can give her the friendship and security that she desires, in time she may be ready to consider me a lover. I originally sought Vera out because I was curious who was strong and caring enough to keep the baby thrust on her, but after meeting her, I felt more and more drawn to her. I want a family, I do, but I'm not trying to intrude on her because there is a space in hers for a father. I just want to be around her. Her spirit pours out of her in a way that I can't get enough of, and as fascinated as I am by the pregnancy, I'd pursue Vera even if she wasn't carrying a child. She's something to behold, and I'm surprised myself by how taken I am with her. I just hope that my advances aren't coming off too clumsy, and I try to remember not to cross the line with her. I need to be her friend first. All I can do is subtly guide things for the outcome that I want. If I pursue her too eagerly, I'll scare her off. Like the others. That's why I left the meat and milk outside her door earlier. It seemed within the bounds of friendship. Besides, I really wanted her to have them. I knew they were good for her and the baby. I had already planned on coming to the hospital last night to ask Bonnie about Vala's knowledge of pregnancy. It didn't seem as important anymore, now that I wasn't worried about him showing off to impress Vera. But I came anyway. I knew that she'd be here, having a meeting with Bonnie today. I figured that she could use a friend at her appointment. But there's no way to explain all of this to Bonnie, not now. She's moved on with her questions anyway. Vera's currently answering some questions on how she sleeps at night. I can't understand why this would even matter, but I've been lost in my own thoughts for a while. Knowing that I may have missed a crucial point, I just sit and listen. "Any cramping or nausea?" Bonnie asks. Vera shakes her head no. "How about mood swings?" "Mood swings are natural," Bonnie explains. "But what I really want to know is if they feel overwhelming or unmanageable." Vera shakes her head again. Bonnie continues to record her responses like the professional she is. "Are you able to perform life tasks well enough, without pain?" Bonnie asks next. "Chores, cooking, things like that?" "Yes," Vera replies. "I've had a lot of help," she admits. "Like yesterday, Jorgen carried my wash clothes so that I could hang them to dry." Bonnie makes a note again. But then she returns to staring at me with that curious, inquisitive look. This time, she's more intense about it, as though she thinks she can read my mind if she just tries hard enough. Since she's so persistent, I figure that I can't keep pretending I don't see her. I finally just give her a weak smile. I'm trying to reassure her that everything is fine, but it doesn't seem to work. She raises her brow. The gesture is clearly dubious and questioning. My smile wavers, now a bit sheepish. I know that secretly I hope for more than just friendship. But that doesn't mean I demand it from Vera, and I don't like having my motives dissected this way. Bonnie's expression, on the other hand, swiftly changes to one of understanding. She grins at me, nodding her head a little. Her whole face lights up as if she's proud of herself for solving a mystery. The reaction disarms me. I was prepared for her to scold me, even though I don't really think that I'm doing anything wrong. I'm only offering Vera friendship, like she wants. But Bonnie's apparent approval throws me off. I want to argue that it's not what she thinks, but I know that's not really true. It's probably exactly what she thinks. I just don't want Vera to know that yet. So, I end up saying nothing at all. I stare at the desk, embarrassed. Bonnie stands up, pulling out a few tools. She walks around the desk and wraps a blood pressure cuff around Vera's arm. She takes the reading and writes it down. Next, she records her pulse rate and takes her temperature. Finally, she gestures for Vera to stand. When she does, she wraps a tape measure around her waist, marking that result down as well. Finally, she waves for us to follow her. She leads us to a small, attached room, but pauses with one hand on the doorknob. "Are you sure that you want Jorgen to be there for this part?" she asks. "I'm going to have to lift your shirt and check out your abdomen for the first part of the exam." Before Vera can even answer, I decide the appropriate thing is to let her off the hook. I more or less invited myself along to her appointment. "I'll just wait outside," I offer. "I can stay here." Bonnie ignores me. She's still looking at Vera for her response. Vera is silent, thinking it over. She stares at me for a long time, but I can't tell what she's thinking. Her eyes are unreadable to me, but the expression is serious. Then she looks at her feet. Is she just too shy to turn me away? I try again. "I'll just wait outside," I repeat, though I'm almost certain neither of the women are listening to me now. "We can go in together," Vera declares resolutely, surprising me. Bonnie gives her a searching look, but seems to accept that her mind is made up. "Okay," she agrees easily. "Together."
Chapter 13. Vera. Are you sure that you want Jorgen to be there for this part? Bonnie asks. I'm going to have to lift your shirt and check out your abdomen for the first part of the exam. I'll just wait outside, Jorgen says. I can stay here. I turn to face Jorgen, a little surprised. He was the one who wanted to come along after all. His face shows his disappointment, though he's trying hard to be a good sport and hide it from me. He wants to go. He just doesn't want to make me uncomfortable. There's a hint of eagerness in his eyes as I gaze at him, secretly hopeful I'll invite him along anyway. Something about it makes my heart swell in my chest. It's an overwhelming sensation, especially as I stare into his earnest eyes. They're warm and beseeching. It's all too much, and I tear my gaze away to look at my feet instead. I know that I'm reading in between the lines, but what if it's true? What if he really wants to be here, for me and the baby? Not just as a scientist observing the process or someone trying to get in my pants, but as a concerned other half. What if this was our baby that we raised together? Could he grow up to be as kind and caring as Jorgen? I suddenly feel shame wash over me. What a wild imagination I have. He's here because he wants to learn more about childbirth, that's all. I raise my head. We can go in together. At least I can give him what he's here for. I really don't care if he sees my abdomen after all. I'm not embarrassed. Okay. Together. Bonnie replies, opening the door. She leads us into a small exam room. Bonnie shows me a little bed, telling me to lay down. She gestures to a chair beside it for Jorgen to sit. Then she wheels a small machine closer and perches on a stool beside it. She turns to face us and begins to explain. This is an ultrasound machine, she says. It's perfectly safe to use in pregnancy and gives us an early look at the baby. It looks brand new, I reply in amazement. It basically is, Bonnie agrees. The orcs found it at an old abandoned hospital. It was unused and still in the box. We power it with the solar energy that we store here at the hospital. So that will let us see the baby? Jorgen asks. His voice is thick with astonishment. What there is to see, Bonnie warns. At this stage, the baby is still quite small. Many of the organs haven't even formed yet. We can take a look at the gestational sac and the very early shape, but the baby is only about as big as a bean. I try to picture a tiny, bean-sized baby in my stomach. It's no wonder I can't feel much movement yet. She picks up a small container. Ready? She asks. Ready, I agree. What is that? Jorgen questions. Bonnie starts to lift my shirt with one hand. The other hand, the one holding the tube, she holds out so that he can see. It's ultrasound jelly, she explains. I'll apply it to her stomach. It's necessary to make the image clearer. He nods, seeming satisfied with her answer. It's kind of cute, how concerned he is. She begins to squeeze the gel out in her hand. Will it be cold? He worries, looking at me. Patient as ever, Bonnie just smiles gently. It can be cold, she admits. I warmed it earlier, and that's why I'm testing it in my hand first. She stands up to grab a towel, wiping her hand clean. It feels fine, she reassures us. Not too hot, not too cold. She applies the gel directly to the little wand, then presses it onto my stomach. It takes her a few moments to get it into the right position, but after a bit, she holds it in place, seeming to be satisfied with the image. Jorgen squirms excitedly. I see it, he declares happily. I grin, looking at the screen with him. To be honest, all I see is a blob, but he's so excited I don't want to take it from him. With her free hand, she turns up the sound. We can hear a rushing sound, almost like a wave. That's the heartbeat, she informs us. I look over at Jorgen, who seems just as amazed as I am. That's the heart of my baby. A living child, growing in my stomach. His eyes are wide, and I'm not sure if I want to giggle or cry. We listen silently for a while when a thought occurs to me. Should it be that fast? I ask nervously. I'm pretty sure that's like twice as fast as mine. He squeezes my arm for support, while we anxiously wait for her answer. Yes, that's perfectly normal. The heart rate will remain much higher than your own while the baby is in utero for most of the pregnancy. It's right in the ideal range, and I see nothing to worry about. Is that all the baby? Jorgen asks, squinting at the screen. Bonnie points to a small lump. That's it, she says. Like I said, it's still early. There really isn't much to see yet. But he doesn't give up. He continues to peer and finally gestures to a slightly larger spot, at the top of the mass. Is that the head? Very good, Bonnie agrees. It is. Right there, you can see the yolk sac as well. Wow, he breathes, turning to me. I can't believe that's growing inside of you. I can't either, I admit. He's still holding onto my arm. If I want to, I can almost make believe that he's the father of my baby. He's here, interested and excited and supportive. It's everything that I would have wanted from a partner. Bonnie clicks around a bit on the screen, checking a few things out. Technical stuff, she explains quickly. It won't mean anything to you anyway. There's just a few things that I should measure and record. Will we get to do this again when the baby is bigger? He asks. I try not to focus too much on the way he says we. He's not the father, I remind myself. You're being ridiculous. We'll do another one about 3 months from now, Bonnie replies. By that time everything is in place. We can take a good look to check the development, make sure that the due date still seems accurate, and we should be able to tell the gender by then. We'll know if it's a boy or a girl, he clarifies. Yes, she confirms. He squeezes my arm again in excitement. A boy or a girl, he gushes. I don't know how you can stand to wait. Either would be terrific, of course. I just never knew you could find out before the birth. You can always choose to wait, Bonnie reminds us. Some people like to wait until the baby is born, for the extra element of surprise. Can we hear the heartbeat again? Jorgen interrupts. That was amazing. Bonnie leans forward to turn the sound up again as requested. He gives me a giddy look as that rushing noise fills the air, looking almost like a little kid. I can't help but smile back. I'm excited for the baby, of course, and love listening to the heartbeat. But his enthusiasm adds something extra special to it, and I'm glad that he is here to share this with me. I wish I could have a partner like this, every step of the way. Overjoyed as I am, it's much better when you can enjoy it with someone who understands. Is it wrong for me to want someone just like this by my side? And do I want someone like Jorgen, or do I just want the orc himself?
Chapter 14. Jorgen. Bonnie grabs the towel again and wipes the remaining jelly off the ultrasound wand. When it's clean, she returns it to the correct position by the machine. I pick up the towel that Bonnie just set aside and begin to clean off Vera's stomach. I'm very gentle and take my time to make sure it's all wiped away. When I'm done, Vera gives me a grateful smile as she pulls down her shirt. She sits up, her feet dangling off the edge of the exam bed. I watch her for a while, but she seems too lost in her own thoughts to notice. I can't really blame her. The appointment must leave her with a lot to take in. It's not even my baby, and I feel a little overwhelmed, too. To think of this little human growing inside her is incredible. I like Vera all by herself, but the baby is an interesting plus. Bonnie finishes cleaning up and sits back down on her stool. She turns to face us, leaning on her knees. Now we've concluded the medical part of the visit. I have everything that I need. Everything seems to be going just fine, she informs Vera. Vera bites her lip. Seems to be, she questions. Bonnie smiles gently. Well, we still have about 30 weeks to go, she points out. But at this point, I see nothing to be concerned about. We'll continue to monitor and have regular checkups. But do you have any questions for me in the meantime? Vera cocks her head to the side, trying to think. I jump in, remembering some of our conversation from the other day. Is there any exercise that you recommend during pregnancy? I ask. Bonnie looks at me a little surprised, clearly not expecting the questions to come from me. But after an uncertain beat, she responds with no further hesitation. That's a great question, she praises. Exercise for pregnant women can help reduce pain and discomfort, improve sleep, and prevent complications. Avoid anything with a high risk of falls or abdominal contact, excessive sweating or overheating, or lying on your back for long periods of time. I personally recommend something low risk, like walking for 30 minutes a day. What does that mean, low risk? I reply. Out of the corner of my eye, I see that Vera is the one giving me a weird look now. I don't really care. I'm doing it to help her. Most exercise won't hurt the baby except for the things I mentioned. Extreme falls and abdominal contact can be dangerous, but most of the time, the risk is just in general injury. Many painkillers and other treatments aren't appropriate or recommended in pregnancy, so it's best to avoid injury at all. That's why simple exercises like walking are best. What about her diet? Are there foods she should eat or avoid? Bonnie and Vera exchange a look now, but I still don't care. I like knowing all of this, so that I can take care of both the mother and the baby. I want to know everything to make sure that I don't do anything wrong. If I'm going to be a good friend to Vera and the support that she deserves to have, I need to understand these things. I'm not here just because of the baby, the way that Vala is. But the fact remains that the baby is obviously the most important part of her life right now. If I don't help her with that, I'm really not helping her at all. Bonnie clears her throat. A healthy, balanced diet is important, of course. Everything should be well cooked to avoid bacteria. Wash fruits and vegetables well, but get plenty of them. Lots of dairy, protein, and iron. That reminds me, she declares. Then Bonnie stands up and crosses the room to a small closet. She rummages around, then pulls something out. It's a small bottle of blended herbs. She walks back over and hands it to Vera. These can be used as seasoning on your food. The blend is high in vitamins and nutrients. Try to use an amount about as big as your thumb. Every day, I interrupt, wanting to make sure I understand. Bonnie gives me a strange look but answers the question. Every day, she confirms patiently. When you run out, come back for more. She then turns away from me to focus on Vera. Do you have any other questions? She says pointedly. When do I come back to see you again? A couple weeks, Bonnie assures her. We'll continue to have regular visits and keep an eye on you. Then we'll do another ultrasound in a few months. You can stop by any time that you need me in the meantime. Vera slides off the table. I guess that's it, she replies uncertainly. Bonnie gives her another hug. You'll be fine, she tells her. You're in good hands. And really, if you think of any other questions or need anything, I'm happy to help. Vera returns the hug. I know you are, she replies. I appreciate it. Is there anything we need to do between now and the next visit? Healthy diet, vitamins, and exercise. But should we be getting baby supplies? What will we need when the baby comes? I interject, feeling like I have nowhere near enough information. That's something that we'll talk about more when the time gets closer, Bonnie replies calmly. You can spend as much or as little time getting ready for the baby as you want for now. For example, you still have lots of time to come up with a name. If it makes you happy to pick one out now, go for it. But if it's stressful, don't worry too much yet. I hadn't even thought about names, I admit to Vera. Did you? She looks shy when she admits, a little. Vera gives Bonnie one last hug and then we leave the exam room together. I walk Vera out of the mini hospital and back home. If we keep up a good pace, this can count as today's exercise, I point out. She rolls her eyes, but there's a sparkle of humor behind them. Are you going to be a cruel taskmaster? She teases. Coming by to make sure I work hard enough every day? I laugh a little. From what I know about you, I'll have to come by to make sure you don't work too hard, I counter. We talk and laugh about the appointment and the baby. She's very excited, and I'm excited for her. Her face lights up to think about it, and it's dazzling. "Are you tired?" I ask her, remembering what Bonnie said about getting plenty of rest. She shakes her head. "No, I'm too happy to be tired." I laugh a little. I don't think that's really how it works, but fine, I agree. "What about cravings? Are you craving anything special?" "I had fresh milk today," she replies thoughtfully. "I really enjoyed that. I wouldn't say no to another bottle of milk." It makes me very happy to hear that. Not only am I glad to hear she liked it, but that's something that I can do again. I want to take care of her. Milk is an easy enough request. "I can get you milk every day," I promise her. "I'll leave it outside your door in the morning." Something in her body language shifts. Her shoulders stiffen a bit and she looks a bit defensive. The laughing, casual mood from earlier is gone. I realize that I never told her I was the one who brought it, but she's connecting the dots now. I thought that she'd just be happy to hear I could bring her more, but instead, her face looks concerned. As it dawns on her, she suddenly stops walking abruptly. She turns to face me, her arms folded in front of her. Her eyes narrow warily as she looks at me. "Jorgen, why are you doing this?" she demands.
Chapter 15. Vera. Is this all in my head? Just a sign of a wild imagination? It feels like Jorgen isn't just being helpful, but that he likes me. Can it be true? Jorgen seems so interested and concerned. He cares for me and my baby, a job no one would expect him to take on. Plenty of orcs showed up, saying that they wanted to take care of me. But when they didn't get the attention they expected, they lost interest just as quickly. Jorgen has stuck by my side. He was so thoughtful at my appointment. And now, to find out that he's willing to bring me milk every day. He doesn't even seem to demand anything in return. Or am I just overreacting? Even Vala, who I thought I could trust to be supportive because of his desire to learn about humans, hasn't been as involved as Jorgen. He didn't ask to come to the doctor with me or see my first ultrasound. But I'm still not sure I trust him. I have to put my baby first, and I can't let anyone get in the way of that. What if his interest fades just as quickly as the other orcs? What if I'm just a novelty, something new and different? A pregnant human is certainly an oddity here, something I've been reminded of time and time again. I don't want to be a conquest for him, something he pursues until it is no longer interesting. Or worse, what if I'm misreading the signals altogether? What if he doesn't like me at all? Jorgen is just staring at me, which is very disconcerting. He doesn't seem to know what to say, but I think that the truth should be easy enough to figure out. That's all I want, the truth. "Why are you doing all this?" I ask again. My voice is less forceful this time, and instead, sad. To be honest, I'm not sure if I want him to admit that he likes me or not. Both sound a bit scary. He shrugs his shoulders, looking a little uncomfortable. "I just want to be a good friend," he admits. "And I'm interested and curious about babies. It seems like a perfect opportunity for me to help a friend and learn." He shuffles his feet, looking down at them. He can't see the pain that flashes across my face, and it's suddenly very clear to me. I did want him to admit that he cared, that maybe he even was interested in me. It isn't until he takes it away with the word friend that I realize how badly. I've been denying it to myself, how much I appreciate his interest, his companionship. I didn't want to admit that I wanted more, and this is exactly why. I didn't want the pain of rejection. Now that I feel it, I know I was right all along. The ache in my heart is like I have been stabbed by his words, but I cover it up quickly and continue walking back home. I don't want him to see my hurt. He lifts his head and follows. Maybe it's for the best anyway. At least now I know the answer, and I can stop wondering if there's a future for the three of us together. He's not the father of my baby, and he never will be. I never should have questioned whether I could have something more. This is my life, the life that I chose by keeping my baby. I have no regrets, I want this child more than anything else, but it's time to give up on any dreams of romance. No one will want a single mother. Who will rearrange their life and make the necessary sacrifices for a child that isn't even theirs? I can't blame Jorgen for not wanting to get involved this way. I am a used woman. I am spent and tired. I should be grateful for what I do have. After all, I was once a slave. I have a home, freedom, and a child on the way. That is all the love that I need. That is more than I ever expected for my life. I need to focus on that now. As Jorgen walks beside me, he tries to keep up the conversation that we had before. I do my best, but it feels stiff and stilted now. The pain is too fresh, and it takes everything that I have to bury it down. He finally lapses into an awkward silence. We reach my home, and I secretly hope that he will leave. But instead he walks me all the way to the front door and continues to hover. "Thank you for coming with me," I say, my voice flat and emotionless. I don't want to be rude. He has been a good friend to me, and I do need friends. See? I remind myself. It's the right thing to do. Stay friends. I can't ruin the support systems that will keep me afloat when the baby comes, selfishly dabbling in a love affair that may go wrong. He looks at me curiously, and I know that he can sense something is off. "You're welcome," he replies awkwardly. His hands toy with the fabric of his pants, waiting. I can tell that he is hoping I will invite him inside, perhaps ask him to stay for dinner again. I consider it, not wanting to push him away, but my tender heart is just too bruised to deal with that right now. I need to be alone, so that I can take this mask of happiness off in private. "I'm sorry," I begin. "I'm very tired after today. I won't invite you in because I really need to rest." It flashes across my mind that he just asked me a few minutes ago if I was tired, but he doesn't seem to notice the discrepancy. If he does, he's at least too polite to point it out. He just nods. "Yes, you need your rest," he agrees. "Have a good nap." He turns and walks away. A lump of emotion rises in my throat as I watch him, and I can't help but wish that he would turn around. I'm not sure what I think would happen next. Perhaps I'd shout that I want him. Maybe I wish that he'd say he was just kidding before. It doesn't matter in any case. He doesn't look back, doesn't hesitate to leave as I asked. It isn't lost on me, the irony that part of Jorgen's charm is the way he was never so quick to stifle me as the other orcs were. And here I am, for once wishing for just the opposite. I open the door and let myself in the house. The door shuts behind me and I lean against it tiredly. Hot tears prick at my eyes. I slump against the door and crumple to the floor. I wish I had never let him come to the appointment, never mistaken his interest in the baby for interest in me. Or even worse, that I had never used that interest as an excuse to dream of love. I pull my knees up to my chest as the tears fall. Now that Jorgen is gone, I let it all out. It isn't as cathartic as I had hoped, but instead feels more like I'm watching a piece of my soul die. I clutch my heart, which feels as though it has been torn in two. I had guarded my heart so carefully, knowing that this was exactly the situation I needed to avoid. I had turned so many orcs away, but I found myself in this position anyway, despite my best efforts. I had let myself get taken by the hope that only Jorgen had been able to fill me with, and now I had broken my own heart. "Vera," I sniffle to myself. "How can you still be so stupid?" My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. My key to godhood.
This is Delia. Starting price is 3 ducats.
You will wed soon and restore the Enoch family name.
Okay. I'll lower it down even more. 2 ducats. Who wants to buy Delia for 2 ducats?
She is my mate. Destiny has foretold it.
You don't know anything about me, and you want me to marry you?
You're nothing but a human toy to be used and discarded.
Hold on. How about one ducat? Does anyone want her?
A gilded cage is still a cage.
6 ducats. 6 ducats for Delia. I'll give you revenge on your parents if you marry me.
Okay, I'll marry you.
Godhood is mine for the taking. Chapter 16. Jorgen. It's been a week now since Vera's appointment. Everything changed on that day, first for the better and then for the worst. Things were going so well. I'd found a plan of action, and it was working. We were becoming close friends, and we had shared something truly profound by seeing her first ultrasound together. But then everything shifted after that. I offered to bring her milk, something she liked. It should have been a nice gesture. Instead, she got strange, almost defensive. I remembered what Vala said, that she wanted friends, and if I moved too fast, I would scare her off. So, I reassured her that we were just friends, and I just wanted to help. I know, of course, that I will be happy if someday we are more than friends, but I'm not going to push her, and I don't want to frighten her. I thought leaving it there for now was the right choice. Since then, I make time to see her every day. I bring her milk, just like I promised. But it feels like something is wrong, though I can't quite put my finger on it. She's not mad at me. She's as friendly and happy as always. She just feels removed. There's a sense that she's wary of me, that she doesn't want to get too close. I was starting to feel like she knew that she could trust me with anything. But now it's all different, like deep down she doesn't trust me at all. I have no idea why. I'm trying hard to give her exactly what she wants. To be her friend. So what is the problem? I've done everything according to the plan, and I don't know why it isn't working. Did she see through to my real intentions to know that I want more than friendship someday? Even if she did, I've never forced that on her. It offends me a little to think that just the possibility of a relationship with me is so scary, she'd rather run and hide. Because that's exactly what she's doing, even if she doesn't admit it. Even when I'm visiting and she's right in front of me, a part of her inside is hiding. I'm on my way to her house again to see if she wants help with her laundry. It's been more than a week since the last time. Even though she hasn't asked, I assume that it must be about time. I know that I could just wait for her to seek me out, but if nothing else, I really do want what's best for her. I don't want her to hurt herself or the baby by being stubborn or scared or whatever the hell it is that she's being, even if she never wants to be with me. Even if she never takes me seriously as a romantic partner. Even if the idea of mating with me is apparently so repulsive that she can barely face me. But on the way there, an orc stops me. "You aren't looking for Vera?" he asks. "I am," I reply calmly, wondering why he's asking. "She's at the canteen," he declares. "I just saw her there a few minutes ago." I blink at him slowly, at first thinking he must be mistaken. "Are you sure?" I demand. "Sure, I'm sure," he retorts. "Go see for yourself." I wheel around intending to do just that. By the time I enter the canteen, I've whipped myself into a fine lather. What is she doing? Working. She doesn't have to work. I know Bonnie said exercise was fine, but this seems a bit ridiculous. Even more of a slap in the face is the way that it feels like it's one more excuse to hide from me. I'm pretty steamed up as I storm in. Just as the orc promised, she's there, wiping down tables. She doesn't see me at first, so I march over and put my hands over hers. "What are you doing?" I demand. "I was cleaning the tables," she replies caustically. "It's part of my job." "Why are you working?" I explode. "Pregnant women don't work." She snatches her hands away from mine and spins around. "I'm pregnant, not disabled," she shouts back. Vera slams the rag down on the table. Then she points her finger into my chest, jabbing me. You act like my damn husband! Well, guess what?" She yells, "You're not!" The last part, she practically snarls. I take a step back, surprised at her tone. But she doesn't stop. She steps forward, leaning into me, and continues her tirade. "You sure have a lot to say about my life. Everything I can do, I can't do. I'm supposed to do. You've really got an opinion on everything, huh? How many babies have you had, Jorgen?" My mouth opens and closes, trying to stammer out a response. She doesn't wait anyway, just carries on. "I woke up and I wanted something to do. Anything. I'm not useless, just because I'm pregnant, you know? I never said you were..." I came down here thinking at least I could clean up a little. They wouldn't even let me do that. So I told them I'd go work in the fields instead. That shook them up enough to at least let me wipe the tables. "Then you show up, trying to say I can't even do that!" She jabs me with her finger again. I still can't muster a response. Have I really been that bossy and controlling? Have I made her so miserable? Is that why she doesn't seem to want me around? Then her face crumples. It's as if all the anger blows out of her in a rush, and now she's just sad. "Why is everyone treating me like I'm useless?" she sobs. Then she uses her whole hand to hit me, a solid thump in my chest. "They're all crazy!" she shouts, mad again. I'm too bewildered to know what I should do. I don't even have to look to feel that everyone is staring at us. Vera is somehow both spitting mad but crying at the same time. Her hand is still on my chest from where she smacked me. I try to capture it between both my hands, trying to calm her down, but this just makes her angry again. She jerks her arm away from me and glares furiously. I feel awful, knowing that I must owe her an apology if she's this upset. But I don't know how to talk to her, and she seems too angry to listen. I didn't know I was being this awful to her. I had no idea she felt I was so unreasonable, so demanding. I never meant to hurt her feelings. I never wanted her to feel bad about herself or useless. I'm clearly not as good of a friend as I was trying to be. But it's hard to find the words on the spot like this, especially with a crowd gaping at us. Luckily, I'm saved just then by Camille. She slides beside Vera and immediately puts her arms around her. Vera doesn't get angry at her the way she did me. She lets Camille comfort her, leaning her head against Camille's shoulder. "Go," Camille orders me in a low voice. "I'll take care of her. You're making everything worse." "Yes, go," Vera agrees, sniffling. Camille strokes her hair consolingly. In a daze, I offer no further argument. I just turn and head out the door as directed. Even when I tried to make things better, she didn't want to hear it. I don't understand why she's so angry, or why she won't listen to reason. Maybe I shouldn't have been so bossy, but it's not like she ever asked me to stop. She seemed perfectly happy letting me be part of the baby's life. Then all of a sudden, she was screaming at me. Hopefully, Camille can sort this out, because at this point, Vera is a complete mystery to me.
Chapter 17. Vera. Camille continues to stroke my hair, trying to calm me down. Her touch is soothing, and it breaks down my defences. My anger finally makes room for my sadness. I sob against her shoulder. Now that Jorgen has left, all I feel is sad and ashamed. How could I say those terrible things to him? I wail. Jorgen has always been so good to me. Why did I have to lash out like that? I know that he did not deserve the treatment I gave him. How could I say those things to the orc that I like? It's like everything that I had been trying to hide inside had just fermented into a big ball of hate. Then I unleashed it on Jorgen, the one person that I had never wanted to hurt. I realise, of course, that part of it is my hurt that he rejected me. But that's no excuse to talk to him like that. And I said so many things that I didn't mean. I don't think he's bossy or controlling. It feels like once I started, it all just came flooding out. Even more than I wanted to say, even things that I didn't really believe. I just couldn't stop. It was like I was beside myself, watching someone else in my body. Camille is so kind to cheer me up. She must think I'm a monster. Jorgen probably hates me. The idea makes me cry even harder. It's perfectly natural, Camille tries to reassure me. Pregnant women have outbursts like that sometimes. Jorgen will understand. It's not you, it's the hormones. It is, I repeat, lifting my head to look at her. She nods seriously, which reassures me that she means it. Yes, I've been there. When I was pregnant, I woke up every morning wanting to pick a fight with Irish. What did he do? I ask, wanting to hear that there's still a chance that Jorgen might ever speak to me again. I wouldn't blame him if he didn't, though. What could he do? Camille shrugs. I would focus on every fault until I blew up over it. Nitpick every little thing. Complain that he was messy. Tell him that he was talking too much. Tell him that he wasn't talking to me enough. She sighs. Then I'd cry because I hated how rude I was being. After everything I put him through, then he'd have to comfort me. I can't help but laugh a little as I wipe my teary eyes. Then I glance around, wondering if people are still staring at us. I know I made a scene, another reason to be ashamed of myself. Luckily, they seem to have already moved on. Everyone is back to their own conversations and meals, acting as though it never even happened. Maybe this really is just how pregnant women act, and they're all used to it. Camille pulls out a chair at the table for me, gesturing for me to sit down. I do. Then she sits across from me. She leans forward and grabs my hands. Once I felt so sick cooking dinner that I had to walk away. It burned before I got back. Then he tried to put me to bed before he ate, thinking he was being helpful. Instead, I just sobbed and threw the whole meal out, complaining that he hated my food. Oh no, I gasp. Well, he should have eaten it, burned or not. I defend her loyally. She gives me a sideways grin. That's not even the worst of it, she admits. Then I laid in bed and spent half the night crying that there was no way I could raise a baby. I couldn't even cook dinner properly. I felt so hopeless. Tears fill my eyes again. That's exactly how I feel, I confess. Hopeless and useless and stupid. She gives me another warm hug, sliding forward in her chair to lean over me. But you're none of those things, she tells me. Pregnancy is a very stressful, emotional time. You're a kind, loving woman, and you'll be a great mother. Thank you, I sniffle. I think I needed to hear someone say that. She pulls away, sitting back down, and grins again. Just wait until you get bigger. You'll get mad every time you have to try on your clothes, and they don't fit. Like they're doing it on purpose, just to spite you. I think I finally refused to leave the house for the last month. I smile back, appreciating how she's trying to cheer me up. It makes me feel better, to know that this is just part of the process. Maybe someday, I'll be able to look back on this and laugh too. In a secretive whisper, she confides. More than once, I even told him that I didn't like him anymore. What a terrible thing to say to someone you love. He would stay up at night worrying that I didn't want to be married to him. Poor Irish, I moan, feeling sorry once again. Poor Irish and poor Jorgen. What if Jorgen gives up on me? I ask worriedly. What if I ruined our friendship and he never talks to me again? After all, he's my friend. Irish is your husband. Jorgen isn't obligated the way a husband is, to try and understand why I acted so badly. Camille pats my arm consolingly. I'll talk to him, she promises. I'll explain to him what it's like to be pregnant. I think you'll be surprised by how understanding Jorgen can be. No, I reply. No, I won't be surprised. He's the kindest, most understanding orc in the entire world. That's why I'm so ashamed of myself. I'll talk to him, Camille repeats. Thank you, I tell her seriously. He's been terrific with me and the baby. Please help me make it up to him. I don't want him to hate me forever. I don't think he will, she replies. After everything I put Irish through, in the end, we have a beautiful baby now. Everything works out. I do not say anything, but I can't help but think it's a little different. Irish was her husband, and the baby is their baby. Jorgen doesn't have to hang around to get yelled at by a woman who is moody and emotional and carrying someone else's child. Especially when he doesn't want that kind of relationship with me anyway. He's not looking to be my partner. He's not interested in being the father of my child. Why should he sign up to be treated like one? My face must reflect my thoughts, because she hurriedly continues. In the meantime, she offers, would you like to go see my baby? You can see what you have to look forward to. The emotions are worth it. I wipe my eyes again. Really? I ask. That would be nice. She smiles. Forrest is really not such a baby anymore. He's walking now. She looks proud, and it reminds me once again of what I should focus on. I hope that I can make things right with Jorgen. But no matter what happens, the baby comes first. Meeting Camille's little baby will ease my mind that I'm doing the right thing. With or without Jorgen. Camille links arms with me and we head for the door. It still hangs over me, a little shadow that worries about how I hurt Jorgen's feelings. It wasn't fair, and I owe him an apology. Hopefully, when Camille talks to him, he'll be willing to accept it. At least listen, and let me explain myself. But for now, I have a baby to meet. It's not an instant fix for my mood, but it's pretty close.
Chapter 18. Jorgen, I need to blow off some steam. The training yard seems like the best place to do that. I don't know what else to do. The situation has become extremely frustrating. I wish I could figure out what's going on with Vera. Looking back, I can see I was probably overstepping just a little by telling her to stop working. But I worry. It's what I do. It's my job to see how things can go wrong and take all reasonable steps to mitigate them. I don't think that Vera taking it easy is an unreasonable step. Still, I suppose that she just wanted to feel useful. But part of me thought that I was sort of rehearsing for the role of her husband. I've apparently failed miserably at that. I begin going through the motions of mock combat with the air. My form is sloppy, but I can't really focus. My mind keeps getting pulled back to Vera and how I've screwed things up now because I got ahead of myself. Jorgen! I spin suddenly and see several orc soldiers standing there watching me. They have their weapons out. A quick glance shows me they are blunted training weapons. No orc would typically walk around with an axe that dull. It takes me a moment to summon up the name of the one speaking. Can I help you, Duluk? I ask. Just wanted to say it sucks what that human woman did to you. I blink at Duluk slowly. What do you mean? We all heard what happened at the canteen. A cold lead weight settles in the pit of my stomach. The events in the canteen were embarrassing enough when it was just between Vera and me. But to know that news had spread to people I was only passing acquaintances with was something closer to mortifying. It's nothing to worry about. Just a disagreement between friends, I say, waving him off and trying to return to my battle stance. I just can't believe the humans have gotten so haughty. Don't they know all we've given up to make them feel welcome here? Duluk scoffs. I feel the hair raise on the back of my neck. I already wanted to be done with this conversation before it even started. Still, there's something in his tone and in the way his comrades scowl and nod that has me on edge. It speaks to a deeper boiling resentment that worries me. It's really nothing, Duluk. I'm just here to train. But Duluk refuses to take the hint, and he just keeps talking. I mean, especially that Vera woman. She acts as if she's above it all, but she's already been used up by those sword hammer dogs, and she should be grateful any of us want anything to do with her. His cohort continues nodding in agreement. She should learn to show more gratitude when someone tries to help her, he continues. It's up to her, I say, relaxing my stance slightly. I can see that I'm not going to be able to escape this conversation as much as I may wish to. Oh, yeah. Sure, but she could at least be a bit more grateful, is all I'm saying. I even offered to help her out. She is a courageous human. I'll give her that. But she just needs to get to know her place and stop being such a witch. The cold weight in my stomach shifts into a blazing inferno. "You shut your thrice damned mouth, you absolute waste of skin!" The words are past my lips before I can even process them. There's no need to get bent out of shape about some used-up trollop. The others start laughing, most of them chiming in with their own thoughts on all the human women who were used as breeding stock by the Swordhammer clan. "Bunch of harlots probably enjoyed it," one jeers. "Can't believe Loki is going to keep them around," added another. "I've never been quick to anger. It's a poor quality in a town guard. Your job is to protect people, and that more often means de-escalating a situation. But this isn't just somebody getting into a drunken stupor in the canteen, and they need to be escorted home to sleep it off." I see red. Without even thinking about it, I punch Dulik in the face hard enough that I feel the shock of it reverberate up my arm. It happens too fast for me to understand why I did it, and it's only after Dulik takes a swing at me with his fist that I even realize I hit him first. I manage to spin away from his strike, but then the other soldiers rush me, and I raise my practice sword up to start batting away blows from their weapons. These are all highly trained soldiers of the Burning Sun clan, but they are quickly learning the town guard isn't just for orcs who can't fight. I know this isn't me. I don't fight my own kind over mere words. As I block an incoming blow, a distant part of me wonders what has come over me. I came here to get away from my thoughts about Vera, and I can't believe these guys had to ruin that. But it's more than just my wounded pride from being turned down and told off. The way these men talk angers me deeply. It's the same talk that leads to things like what the Swordhammer did. Just because the Burning Sun clan is trying to be more egalitarian doesn't mean that everyone is on board with treating humans as equals. And it certainly doesn't mean that Loki's positions or policies are secure. It makes everyone on the base less safe to have people like Dulik out there spreading this filth. Though punching him in the face might not have been the most convincing argument. Valiant as my efforts may be, they do have me outnumbered, though. Things have gone from bad to worse, and I'm still too angry to think straight enough to try and talk things down. Part of me knows this is going to end bloody. When all is said and done, at best, someone will need to visit the clinic. All I have to do now is make sure that I minimize my injuries. The group circles me, and I see one of them drops his practice weapon and produces a dagger from his belt. A sharp dagger. Avoiding injury just got a lot harder for me. I swing my training sword in a wide arc, trying to break the circle up and give myself an opening. Soldiers know how to form ranks and use each other to shield their flanks, but if you've broken up more than a few drunken brawls, you learn to fight multiple opponents. I manage to widen the gap enough to slip through, though the one with the dagger darts forward to slash at me and graze my arm, drawing blood. If there was a chance for calm, it's shattered by that attack. Not only are these the types that encourage violence against humans, but they bring sharp weapons onto the training field. Yes, I threw the first punch, and that's on me. But these guys are now out for blood, so be it. I swing my sword and catch the knife wielder in the stomach. If this were a sharp blade, it would have sliced him open and left his guts spilling on the ground. This just hurts like hell and takes the wind out of him. The others rush at me, but they don't know how much time I spend training and fighting multiple opponents. This is going to hurt, but I'm not going down without a fight. Chapter 19. Jorgen. I'm in the middle of a full brawl when Loki shows up with Ur. It doesn't even occur to me, the chaos that I've caused. It's almost reflexive, taking on each person who tries to get involved in the fight. Only when Loki gives me a disappointed look do I realize that perhaps I've gone a bit too far. Ur pulls me away, effectively stopping the fight. It takes me a moment to calm down, even as Ur holds me back. I still want to clobber all of them, and it takes a while for that unbridled aggression to drain away. While the fight started with an orc who talked badly about Vera, there are now several others involved. They simmer down quickly now that I've been pulled away. Loki has them separated and held at the prison, at least until he figures out what is going on. Ur takes me to Loki's office so that I can be lectured in private. I know that I'm rather lucky he's offering me this chance to explain myself. It's only because we're somewhat close that I even get that opportunity. Otherwise, I'd be in prison with the others. Of course, there's always time for that, I think. Just because they're listening to my side of things first doesn't mean they can't send me to prison for fighting anyway. Commands me to sit down, pointing at a chair. His face is impassive, and I can't tell how much trouble I am in. A lot, I figure. I do as he asks, and Loki storms in a few moments later. His face is a mixture of anger and confusion. I can see, just by looking at him, that he's at a loss. Now that the fight is officially fading away from my memory, I realize how unlike me that was. No wonder Loki is caught so off guard by it. "How can you, of all people, start a fight?" Loki says, sounding astonished. "Fighting is bound to happen in an orc clan, of course. But you're the head of the security." He slumps down in his chair on the opposite side of the desk. Then he leans forward, holding eye contact. "In case you're confused, your job is to maintain the peace and order here. Did you ever think starting a brawl in the training center might be a bit at odds with that?" I lean forward in my own chair, matching his posture. "Then shouldn't it be obvious I had a good reason?" I demand. Loki nods. "So what was it?" he asks. For some reason, it occurs to me for the first time that I'll have to explain the fight to Loki and While I have no regrets about punching that other orc's lights out, I'm not sure how I'm going to tell Loki that it was all over Vera. "Nothing," I mutter, resting my head down on Loki's desk so that I can avoid his gaze. "Oh, nothing," Loki repeats sarcastically. "Well, what could be more important than that?" I grit my teeth at his tone, but don't engage. I know that he's just trying to goad me into a response. I'm not so sure I really want to explain it to them. Fighting for Vera's honor seems like a good reason to me, but I'm not so sure that they will agree. Then again, I realize, they have wives. They should surely understand, right? I lift my head slowly and finally offer Loki the explanation that he's waiting for. I briefly explain how that bastard badmouthed Vera, that it was his own fault and he had it coming. Loki listens to me without interrupting, but when I'm done, the look on his face is a bit skeptical. "You wouldn't just stand by and do nothing if someone badmouthed your wife?" I demand incredulously. "No," Loki replies slowly. "No, I wouldn't just stand there. But they're also just words. I think there's an appropriate middle ground between doing nothing and smashing everyone in sight." I turn toward "What about you?" I ask. He shrugs indifferently. "It depends." Loki gives him a warning look, which ignores. "On what?" I persist. "I'd kill for my wife if I had to," says flatly. Loki glares at him now, but just pretends he doesn't notice. Then Loki clears his throat, drawing our attention back to him. "Fine," he agrees. "Maybe there are times when we have to stick up for our wives. You have no idea how much it surprises me to have to say this, but Vera's not your wife. I thought you knew that, of course, or I might have mentioned it sooner." I was feeling a bit smug, thinking that had backed me for sticking up for Vera, but with Loki's sharp words, my smile slips away. I fold my arms across my chest and sulk down in my seat. "If you think that way of Vera," begins, "you might as well make that clear now. Save yourself some time and decide what your intentions are toward her so there's no confusion." With my arms still crossed, I feel a bit petulant, but I know that he's right. Most importantly, I don't care who knows it at this point. "Fine," I retort. "Yes, I want her to be my mate." Neither of them laughs or teases me. Instead, Loki nods soberly. "Good," he agrees. "You seem to have your mind made up. So, if you're that certain, just go for it. Pursue her with your whole heart and see what happens. Don't be like me, going back and forth with Mary because I couldn't be honest with myself." I knew that there had been a little trouble between Mary and Loki at the very beginning. Though they are happily married now, there was a time when no one was sure that would ever happen. Loki had a hard time making his feelings for Mary clear, perhaps at least partly because of his role as the chieftain. "You know," Loki continues, shaking his head in disbelief, "I was once so jealous of you. When you were so close to Mary, I couldn't even tell her how I felt. I had to just watch her with someone else and suffer because I was too afraid to act on it. I laugh a little. I like Mary, but it was never anything more than that. Just a friend, I explain. And it's true. I certainly never felt for her the way I feel for Vera. Loki sighs a little. It doesn't matter now, of course. It's fine, and it's all behind us. I wouldn't blame you if you did have feelings for Mary. She's pretty incredible. She's incredible with you, I agree. But Vera's the only one for me. Then go get her, says matter-of-factly. If you're being honest with your feelings, then you need to tell them to her. It's the only way you're ever going to know if anything can come from it. I stand up from my seat, leaning on the desk with both hands. Yes, I agree emphatically. You're right. I'm going to do it. I'm going to tell her how I feel. Fantastic, Loki agrees. But we still have the little matter of your fight from earlier. I can't just let you walk out of here without any kind of punishment. Fine, I agree in annoyance. Punish me, just get it over with. I just want to rush to her home and talk to Vera. Now that I've finally made up my mind, I can hardly wait. Loki glances over at Or. Your punishment will be... He pauses for a moment, and they seem to have a wordless exchange with their eyes. To run 100 times around the clan, he concludes. What? I practically shout. What kind of a nonsense punishment is that? Are you just trying to kill me by exhaustion?
Chapter 20. Vera. After a nice dinner with Camille and more pleasant conversation, I head back to my house. It took a lot of stress off my mind, just realizing that someone else could understand what I was going through. Being a single mother will come with some difficulty. I know that, of course, but it's a relief to have people around who understand pregnancy and the challenges. People who make me feel like I can handle it and remind me that everything is going to be okay. I'm pretty tired after my busy and emotion-filled day. As I open the door and let myself in, I just want to go to sleep. I've been too anxious and worried to get much rest lately, but I think tonight that might finally change. I cross the living room, heading toward my bedroom. Then I stop in surprise. I have an unexpected visitor. Jorgen is asleep on the couch. What is he doing here? My best guess is that he came here to talk about my outburst earlier. I'm glad to see that he must not completely hate me. At least he isn't just avoiding me the way that I feared he would. I can't imagine Camille had a chance to talk to him like she promised, which means that he came here on his own. He looks exhausted, much worse than he had when I saw him earlier today. I can't help but wonder what happened to him in the past few hours. I almost hate to wake him, since he looks so dead tired. But if he came to talk to me, I suppose we better get it over with. I shake his arm, ready to clear the air between us. He stirs a little, then his eyes open slowly. He blinks a few times, but the anger that I'm expecting never comes. Instead, he just smiles softly. You're here, he says happily. Loki told me that you were having dinner with Camille. So, I decided to wait here for you to come home instead of interrupting. He sits up, making room for me to sit beside him. I do, immediately full of apologies. I'm so sorry, Jorgen, I tell him earnestly. I don't know what came over me. I was just so emotional, and I lost control. It's fine, Jorgen answers patiently. I understand. Well, I don't, I reply. You've been so kind to me, and it was very unfair for me to treat you like that. You didn't deserve it. Maybe I did, he replies. I do butt in a lot, telling you that you can't do things and taking over your doctor's appointment. Stuffing everything that you feel in until you blow up isn't healthy. I know, I agree sadly. In my mind, I realise that I am stuffing down my feelings, but they are different from the ones that he thinks. And I can't explain them, or I might lose his friendship for real this time. Softly, he continues. If you don't like something I'm doing, Vera, just say no. You're allowed to say no. I frown a little. This touches a bit too close to my old trauma from when I was a slave. I don't know how to answer, and just nod my head. Really? He says, holding my hand. You're safe here. You need to assert yourself. Stand up for yourself. Tell me what you want, what you think. I know you won't hurt me or anything, I assure him. But there's more than just physical pain, he points out. You have to feel safe and know that you can talk to me, that I'll listen and hear you, and that you're allowed to express your feelings. I stir a little, uncomfortably. I know that he's right, though. I guess that's hard for me, I admit. I want to please people, and it's hard for me to say no. Like telling Vala he can't barge into the middle of our dinner, he points out. I blush a little. I didn't want to be rude. But it isn't rude to have boundaries and stand up for yourself, he points out. You don't have to just do what other people tell you all the time. You didn't have to let me tag along on your appointment. I wanted you there, I admit. That wasn't because I didn't know how to say no. I liked that you were there. I'm glad, he replies, looking relieved. You're smart enough to decide for yourself, of course. I'm sorry that I ever treated you like you weren't. I shake my head. You didn't, I reassure him. You never made me feel stupid. He sighs. I really do want to help with the baby, if you want me to. Not because I think you can't do it on your own. I just think that there's nothing wrong with taking help to make things easier. I agree, I tell him. I know I have my work cut out for me. I saw Forrest today with Camille. He's cute, but babies are tough. He grins a little. Forrest is a handful. He made Camille sick from day one. Yours will be easier, he tries to assure me. Then he turns serious again. Anyway, I want to help, but I don't want to boss you around. Sometimes I think you pretend to go along with things just because you're afraid of fighting about them. Promise you won't do that to me. Promise, I practically whisper back. Tell me what help you want, and tell me if I cross a line. You can even order me around. A little, he adds jokingly. Really? I ask in surprise. Somehow it's hard to picture bossing Jorgen around. Yes, he says softly. I want you to trust me. And part of trusting me is knowing that you can give me the truth, and I'll be gentle with it. I'll respect your feelings. If you can't trust me to do that, we're not very good friends at all. His words sting, though I know he doesn't mean for them to hurt me. Friends. That word again. I do value his friendship. In fact, he's a perfect friend. But why does he have to be so perfect? And why can't he be something more than a friend? Is this my fate, to find the mate I've always wanted but live forever with him just out of reach? So close, but so far. I'm suddenly so tired again. I don't think it's even physical, but an emotional exhaustion. Every little girl, even a slave, dreams of someday finding the perfect man. It turns out I should have been looking for the perfect orc. Now he's here, but he'll never be mine. I stare into his eyes. They're full of compassion and sincerity. The urge to tell him, to confess everything like he asks, bubbles up in my throat. But I stuff it back down. I can't deal with any more hurt tonight. I'm tired, I confess. You can stay here if you want and go back to sleep. I'm going to bed. I pat his knee, a friendly touch. Then I stand up from the couch and begin to walk toward my bedroom. Good night, Jorgen, I tell him, ready to make my escape. I wonder how many times it can feel like my heart is breaking before it just gives up. He continues to stare at me seriously. His face is pensive. I can't tell what he is thinking, and I don't have the energy to try. Instead, I turn away, opening the bedroom door. He stands as well, hurrying over. He grabs my arm before I can leave. I turn to face him, my confusion evident on my face. Wait, Vera, he pleads. I have something I need to say. What is it? I ask, gazing up at him. His eyes shine down at me, full of something that I could almost mistake for love. Chapter 21. Vera. The look on his face makes my heart instinctively skip a beat. It brings back that same stupid hope that led me astray before. It must be something in his eyes that makes me think that perhaps the two of us could be something more. I push down the idea, not wanting to even think about it again. There are too many reasons that being with Jorgen seems perfect. There are too many reasons why I don't want to think about the fact that it isn't meant to be. What is it? I ask. He's holding my arm, just staring at me. His expression is strange, as though he's listening to a conversation in his own head that I can't hear. What is it, Jorgen? I finally ask again gently, prompting him. He shakes his head a little, as if clearing his thoughts. Then he sandwiches my hand between both of his, leading me back to the couch. I go willingly, not sure what's about to happen. Sit down, he urges me. Please, he adds as an afterthought. I don't argue, sitting down as he requests. He paces back and forth for a minute, then stops abruptly. He sits on the couch next to me, his face concerned. I've been lying to you, he declares seriously. The meaning of the words takes a moment to fully sink in, but when it does, it lands hard in my stomach like a ball of lead. It feels like someone has taken all the air out of the room. My nerves feel hot in my body, something I didn't even know was possible. They're frayed and on edge, and I'm almost afraid to hear anything else he says to follow. I don't know if I can take it. Lying to me? All of my thoughts, from just a moment before, of how perfect he was seem to taunt me now. He's just as untrustworthy as everyone else. I look at him in shock, not wanting to believe it. My heart races as I ask, "What do you mean?" I feel like I can't breathe, waiting for his answer. He looks down at the ground, ashamed. Was your kindness all a lie? I demand. I'm beginning to panic, gripped by anxiety. Were you just using me? For what? I stand up, needing to get out of there, away from him. I'm coming unglued as he just stands there staring at the floor. I don't want to hear his answer. I don't want to hear any of it. I begin to walk away, wanting to make it to the safety of my bedroom before he sees me break down. I can't let him see me in this vulnerable state, and tears are already burning in my eyes. I only make it one step forward, not far enough to be out of his grasp when he wraps his arms around his waist. He's still sitting on the couch, trapping me just in front of him. What are you doing? I gasp in alarm. I try to crane my head to see behind me. He just lays his own head on my back. The gesture is intimate and unexpected. I can feel the warmth of his face, even his breath, through the fabric of my shirt. I stiffen, unsure what to make of it. I want to get away from him, and I want to be left alone. But I can already feel that he's breaking down my defences, the way that Jorgen does so well. His voice is thick with emotion when he speaks again. I lied to you about wanting to be friends, he confesses. I didn't want to tell you that I had set my sights on you. I didn't want to scare you away. What? I whisper, thinking maybe I heard him wrong. I don't want to get my hopes up again. He lifts his head from my back where it rests. Then he spins me around to face him, one hand toying idly with the material of my shirt. He bunches it at my stomach, gazing up at me. I fell for you a long time ago, Vera, he continues in a low voice. But I knew that it might be too much for you too soon. I settled for your friendship, convincing myself that for now, that was all I could have. You fell for me? I echo in disbelief. He stands up, taking my hands in his. I'm in love with you, Vera. He gently traces his thumbs across the back of my hands. I have been since the day we met. I'm in such a state of shock at his words that there's still a part of me that feels like it can't be true. Does he mean it? I study him. His brow is crinkled with worry, but his expression is earnest. He isn't afraid to say it, I realise. He's just afraid of how I'll take it. I know that might not be what you want to hear, he continues. I don't want to rush you or put any pressure on you. I just don't want to lie to you anymore either. I won't chase you, but I'll be here when you're ready. I can't help but gape at him, my mouth open in surprise. To think of how much time that I spent wishing that he would say these very words. They flow out of him now so easily that it's almost hard to believe it can be true. You love me. My bruised heart feels like it is springing back to life. It's both joyous and frightening. It feels tender, easy to crush. I want all the confirmation I can get that he means it. Yes, he admits tenderly. He lifts a hand to my cheek, his fingers fanning across the side of my face. Then he gazes deep into my eyes, and I can feel his love. Despite my misgivings just a moment ago, I'm suddenly assured of it. I'm almost overwhelmed by it. And sometimes I can almost fool myself into believing that you might feel the same. Is there any chance I'm not completely a fool? Yes, I whisper back. Yes, I'm a fool, or yes, you like me, he demands patiently. But his lips curve up in a soft smile, as though he already understands my answer. I swallow hard, still a little nervous to admit it. Saying the words out loud will make me vulnerable, something that I've tried so hard to avoid. But then I remember his words from earlier. He made me promise that I would share my thoughts with him. Though he was talking about my pregnancy, I suppose it applies. Trust me with the truth and believe that I won't hurt you. I love you, I reply confidently. I love you, I repeat a second time, my voice stronger than before. Something flashes across his face, an expression of almost childlike glee. We stare at each other for a moment, both of us smiling stupidly to finally say the words out loud. Neither of us wants to blink, so we just freeze, still holding hands. If anyone else was here watching us, they'd think there was something wrong with us both. We look ridiculous, I know, but we're both afraid to let this perfect moment end. We've finally said it. I love you. And what if nothing after this is ever quite this good? Then he brushes the hair back from my face and bends down to kiss me passionately. Immediately, my worries fly away. It turns out that every moment is a little better than the one that came before. It helps that this is the perfect kiss. This comes as no surprise considering how perfect he is in every other way. All the things we could not say to each other before, the longing, the desire we felt, they all come pouring out in that kiss. I can feel my skin begin to tingle, energy lighting through every nerve in my body as he kisses me. From the depths of the darkness of Prothika,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
these monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Prothika fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Prothika at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprothika.com. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 22. Vera. The kiss starts off passionate, but full of emotion. Wordlessly, it feels like we finally express everything that we've kept to ourselves. Our fear of rejection has silenced us, but it's gone now. As we cross that barrier of intimacy, we both can feel our bodies respond to the physical closeness of each other. He puts his hands around my waist, pulling me down with him as he moves to sit on the couch. Though he's leading me to sit on his lap, I'm not quite ready for that. So, I switch positions to sit beside him instead. We continue to kiss, and I can feel the heat from our exchange filling my body. My neck feels hot and feverish, and when he lowers his head to press a line of kisses along my jaw, I can't help but moan. His hands are roaming what feels like everywhere. They lightly trace along my hips, tickle my ribs, and even brush against my breast. I return the favour at first, my own hands playing with the fabric of his shirt. I pull him closer, and he doesn't hesitate. He moves to sit up on his knees, pinning me against the edge of the couch. One knee comes to slide between my thighs, and I can't help but gasp. It feels good, and I can't help but notice the growing warmth there. There's a part of me that never wants him to stop, but there's another part of me that worries that it's too much, too soon. He moves his hand underneath my shirt, shifting it upward to cut my chest. His fingers splay across the surface, tweaking the bud between them. I stiffen. Though it feels excellent, there's a voice in my head that just can't relax. Sex for me, as a slave at the sword-hammer base, has not been a pleasurable experience. I can't help but feel like if we go any further, it will put a damper on everything. So far, my thoughts of Jorgen are so enjoyable and loving. I don't want to associate him with the kind of suffering that physical intimacy has always come with. I try to push that aside, to let him continue. I know that what came before wasn't exactly romance. I trust Jorgen, and I'm sure that it can be different with him. I'll have to just overcome my fears. But my mind can't turn off, and I start to overthink. I'm feeling tight and confined. He whispers, "Are you okay?" And I can barely hear him over the thoughts in my head. I can't make any words come out, but I nod my head. He starts to unbutton my shirt, and that's when I break down. I push him away, feeling terrible. "I can't," I tell him, my chest tight. "I can't." I try to sit up, untangling myself from between his legs. He looks surprised, and I start to sob. I can't seem to shake the bad memories from the past. No matter how hard I try to not think about them, they come back at the most inopportune times. Like now. "Hey," he says consolingly, helping me into a more comfortable position. He sits beside me and rubs my back gently. But other than that, he gives me plenty of space, which helps me feel less trapped. "It's okay," he reassures me. "You don't have to do anything you don't want to." "Is it something I did?" he asks, looking concerned. That only makes me feel worse. Jorgen's so perfectly perfect, I hate that he could ever think it's his fault. "No," I say emphatically, "it's not you." "I know it's not me," he says in a low voice. "But if there's something that reminds you of something unpleasant, or something that you don't like, it's better to tell me. Communicate so that we can avoid it in the future." His words make sense, and it reminds me once again of his speech from just a few minutes ago. I never knew that I was so closed off, that I had so much trouble making even simple requests or expressing what I needed. But as I stare into his unassuming, helpful face, I can't deny it anymore. It's very hard for me to understand what I even need, much less ask someone else for it. Still, I'm willing to try. "I don't know," I attempt to explain. "When you were on me like that, I just started to feel sort of pinned down, like I couldn't get away. And even though I didn't want to get away from you, it just reminded me of being forced, of not having a choice." He frowns a little but nods somberly. "I'm sorry, Vera," he replies sincerely. "I didn't think about that." "Of course you didn't," I argue. "It's not your job to anticipate crazy reactions like that. How could you know?" His frown deepens. "First of all, that's not crazy. There's nothing crazy about that. That's a very reasonable reaction to a traumatic situation. And I knew a little about that situation, so I could have been a little more thoughtful. He pulls me down, laying my head across his lap. Then he bends over to gently kiss my forehead. Maybe it wasn't my fault, but I'll do better in the future. He sits back up, stroking my hair idly with one hand. And there's no rush whatsoever. We can do as much, or as little, as you feel comfortable with. Whenever you're ready. I don't know when that will be, I warn him. Doesn't matter, he says resolutely. I don't even know what triggers it, I explain. I don't remember very much. It's all hazy, and sometimes it comes out of nowhere. I won't recall a memory until I'm already in the middle of reliving it, if that makes sense. It does, he says quietly. That's why I hope you can learn to tell me when something feels off. Even just a little bit off. I'd rather hear it at the beginning. I think you like to imagine you can ignore it and it'll go away. But that means you try to discount those warning signs that are there to save you. I reflect on this for a moment while he continues to play with my hair. I can't say that he's wrong, even if I never noticed it before. It's strange to realise that someone else knows me better than I know myself in many ways. But I don't voice any of this right now. Instead, I feel myself relaxing at his gentle touch. It's very soothing, and I start to feel very sleepy. I better go home, he says. You said you were ready for bed a while ago, he remembers, watching me stifle a yawn. No, I interject. I pause, yawning again. Stay here. You're the one putting me to sleep anyway. If you stay, I'll sleep like a baby. That is, if it's okay that we... I trail off, not sure how to complete the thought. It feels weird, that I want him to share my bed without any kind of sexual activity. I just want him as a companion, but is that a reasonable request? Can a male orc deny his primal urges and settle for cuddling? I have no idea, to be quite honest. But he just grins a little at me. You want me to spoon you? I'd be honoured. I giggle a little at the idea. The words coming out of big, giant Jorgen seem laughably absurd. And yet, somehow as cute as he always does. He really is an unexpected teddy bear. He helps me sit up again. Then I stand up from the couch and pull him to stand with me. Our fingers linked together, I lead him to the bedroom. You have to be the big spoon, I declare seriously. Naturally, he agrees amiably. And if you steal my blankets, I'll wake you up and force you to warm me up. He wiggles his eyebrows at me. Don't threaten me with a good time.
Chapter 23. Jorgen. It's been 3 days of absolute bliss. That is, since I finally told Vera exactly how I felt about her. We've been basically inseparable ever since. Not that we weren't spending most of our time together anyways. But it's different now, knowing that we're on the same page. I never knew how pleasant it would be to mesh with another person so completely. Today we have Vera's next doctor's appointment. Bonnie doesn't seem surprised to see us show up together, though her eyes widen a little to notice that we're hand in hand. But since I tagged along to Vera's first appointment, I don't think Bonnie's particularly shocked by this turn of events. I'm fairly confident that she caught on to my interest in Vera from the very beginning anyway. I do at least try to be less vocal this time. I sit there quietly, just wanting to offer Vera support. I let her ask the questions, trying to be more cautious that I don't step over her. It's hard not to chime in occasionally. I'm excited about the baby, and I just can't help it. But I try to restrain myself as best as I can. This appointment is not as detailed as the last one. There's no ultrasound. Bonnie primarily just checks a few readings to make sure that everything is going according to plan. She measures Vera's waist, takes her blood pressure, and listens to her heart. When it's all done, Bonnie gives her another mark of approval. Everything seems to be going fine, she notes. Like always, if you have any problems between now and the next checkup, just get a hold of me. But so far, so good. We thank her for her time. Then we slowly walk out of the hospital, once again holding hands. We don't care who sees us as we head toward Camille's new restaurant. Then again, now that human-orc pairings have increased, it doesn't get as many strange looks as it used to. Vera has plans to meet with the other human women here at the restaurant. I understand how important it is for her to keep friends who can relate and understand her as a human. Plus, many of them have experienced pregnancy. It's nice for her to have people to talk to who have been through everything that she's dealing with now. No matter how hard I work to support her, I know that there are some things I just will never be able to provide for her. I don't want to keep her away from spending time with other people, and I'm glad that our clan now can provide all of that for her. Anything that helps her feel at home is all right by me. Outside the restaurant, I hold both her hands and turn to face her. I have to go to work, even though I really don't want to. I'd much rather stay here with her. We could have a bite to eat and talk more about the baby. As if reading my mind, she makes the same suggestion. Do you want to come in with me? She offers. We could eat lunch together. I shake my head. Don't tempt me, I warn her. But no, you won't be able to focus on your friends if I'm there. And we have lots of time to spend together, just the two of us later. Promise? She asks. Promise. For now, go have fun. I have to go to work, but I'll catch up with you later. She leans up on her toes to give me a quick peck goodbye. Then, letting go of my hands, she scurries into the restaurant. I feel strangely empty watching her leave. My hands hang, abandoned at my side. I know this is where they belong, where they have always gone. But somehow it just doesn't feel right anymore, like they should always be holding her. She looks over her shoulder once to find me still watching, and waves quickly as she pulls open the door. Then she disappears through it, and out of sight. I try not to fixate on her too much, though it isn't easy. I head off to work. Only a few minutes have passed when another orc flags me down. Loki needs you at the restaurant, they gasp out breathlessly. Clearly, they've been looking for me in a hurry. Camille's restaurant? I repeat, already hurrying in that direction. Are there any injuries? Do I need to get medical care? They shake their heads, no. I rush as quickly as I can, concerned. I worry, of course, about whatever incident that occurred, but it doesn't escape my memory that Vera was there. I find her first when I walk inside. Are you okay? I demand anxiously. What happened? I'm fine, she reassures me. No one's been hurt. Not yet, anyway. But Mary had a close call. She brings me over to Mary, who is sitting at a table. Loki is trying to calm her down, rubbing her back soothingly. But she's clearly upset, trying to catch her breath at the tail end of a panic attack. At first, I just sit beside her, giving her a chance to pull herself together. When she seems ready to talk, I begin to pry gently. I was sitting right here, she begins. Camille was there and Vera was there, she says, pointing. We were all talking, and I could feel some people walking behind me. You know, like they were heading toward their table or something. I nod, encouraging her to continue. One of the voices was familiar, and I froze, I guess. It was the voice of whoever broke in last year when I was home alone. I know it was. It panicked me, and all I could think about was how they tried to attack me. But we caught them, Loki argued. Then he pauses uncertainly. Didn't we? I shake my head. I don't think that we did. They disappeared, and we didn't have much to go on. Since they never came back, we figured it was a done deal. Thought maybe they were part of the Swordhammer clan after all, and we took care of them. That also was before she married the chieftain. Did you see who it was? Loki urges her, still patting her back. No, she replies sadly. I lost my head. Never even thought to look. And then, before I knew it, they were no longer behind me. I don't even know which way in the restaurant they were going. That's okay, Loki consoles her. We'll take care of it. You had a scary experience. No one expects you to face your attacker alone. That's what security is here for, I remind her gently. Loki reluctantly leaves Mary to the girls for a bit, and we quickly pull together plans to have every customer at the restaurant interviewed today. One way or another, we'll get to the bottom of this. We can't let someone aggressive running free in the clan like this, especially now that there are so many women and children here. Then Loki takes Mary home, and I do the same for Vera. She's quieter than usual, but so am I. I'm confident that we can handle this problem, but I'd feel a lot better if this orc wasn't at large in the meantime. Who knows what can happen while we're still searching for him. I walk her to her door, wanting to see her safely inside. It's better than nothing, but I'm still hesitant to leave her alone. Even if I have to get to work, as head of security, I know that I'd feel better having her close. She pulls open her door, ready to let herself inside. I stop her just before she can walk away, grabbing her arm gently. "Move in with me," I blurt out. It's unexpected, but the words feel right. I'm worried. I'd like to have you close where I know you're safe. It may have come up, thanks to the situation that we find ourselves in, but if I can get her to agree, there's little chance that I'll ever let her go again. I'll never stop wanting her close, knowing that she's safe.
Chapter 24. Vera. I stare at Jorgen for a moment as the weight of his words settles in. Move in with you. Yeah. I just think it would mean you'd be safer, given everything going on. I still can't seem to process it. Are you sure you want to commit to living with a pregnant lady? Do you understand all that's going to entail, up to and including when the pregnancy ends, and that means living with a newborn that cries in the middle of the night? Jorgen's face softens slightly. Vera, I hope you know I'm smart enough to figure out how babies are. I fully understand that things are going to change, and I'm looking forward to all the challenges that are going to come our way. I don't plan on going anywhere anytime soon. Yeah, things are new, but I'm not the kind of man who hops around. I search his face for any signs of deception or hesitance. I like Jorgen, and dating has been nice, but moving in really does seem fast. Though the idea of living with the captain of the guard does lessen some of my worries. I would be safe. So would my baby. Then I feel a sinking sensation at the thought that I'd just be using Jorgen for that safety. But I wasn't the one suggesting it, and I'd have to be willfully blind not to see his enthusiasm at the idea. Are you really sure about this? I ask. Jorgen takes my hands in his. When he does things like this, it makes me feel incredibly small, even though I'm not that short. At least not for a human. But it also makes me feel safe. The thought starts like a warmth in the pit of my stomach that spreads outward. Yes, I'm positive. Move in with me, please. I could do this. I could live with Jorgen, maybe even raise a child with him. He's a good man. Yes, I'll move in with you. Jorgen leans in, and I finish closing the distance, and our lips meet. Part of me thinks this could be the moment, the thing that breaks the dam, and I can finally get past the horrible parts of my past. I want to be with him. But there are still a lot of not great things swimming in my head at the thought of being that intimate with him. I don't want to get his hopes up. Besides, there's packing to do. I didn't really come to the Burning Sun clan with much in the way of possessions, and I really didn't have the time to go collecting much, so packing up my belongings ends up taking no time at all. Less than half a day after he asked, I've officially moved in with Jorgen. When night falls, I start to get nervous when I look toward the bedroom. Jorgen follows my gaze, and then I see the recognition pass over his face. I can sleep on the couch, he says. What? No, I'm not kicking you out of your own bed. You're not kicking me out. I just don't want to make you uncomfortable. I'll be fine. I'm going to sleep on the couch. It'll be okay, he says. When he turns, I grab his hand, and he stops. Jorgen, I'd like to at least try. We've done it once before. Let's just start slow. He nods and says, okay. It doesn't end up being that bad. I was a little nervous at first because sharing a bed and living together feels a lot more intimate than one night of cuddling, but even in the dark, being with him felt safe. I just hoped that feeling would last when I was brave enough to try for something more intimate. When I wake up in the morning, the bed is empty, and I can smell breakfast cooking. When I stumble into the kitchen, Jorgen stacks up a plate for me and says, "I hope you like eggs." I don't know from which creature the eggs came, but they are damn good. "Before I go," Jorgen says, wiping his mouth with a napkin, "I got you something." He pulls out an old book, and then my eyes go wide. "I saw you staring at it when we were out, so I got it for you." Some might think that the works we'd most want to preserve were classics, like Moby Dick, but I have a soft spot for schlocky detective fiction, and I knew the author's name because I'd read a few of her books before. I didn't think I had enough to get it. I wrap my arms around his neck and kiss Jorgen's cheek. "Thank you. Have fun reading. I've got to get to work." After he leaves, I spend part of the morning just reading, intentionally slowing down so the book would last. It's a little bit before lunch when I hear a knock at the door. When I open it up, an orc soldier is on the other side, looking tense. I vaguely recognise him. I've seen him around some in passing. "What's wrong?" I ask. "Something's happened at the orphanage, and we need your assistance." "What happened? Is anyone hurt? What can I do?" I fire off a bunch of questions while getting my shoes on. "It's easier if I just show you," he says. "When we get to the orphanage, it at least doesn't appear to be an instant life or death thing. There's no fire or blood everywhere, but the kids don't look particularly cheerful. They seem more scared than anything else. They shrink away as I approach. The very air in the place just feels tense. One young girl mumbles something, but when I step closer to hear what she has to say, she shudders and then bolts. "Okay, what's going on?" I ask, turning to the soldier who's almost right behind me. "Just follow me." I'm about ready to scream in frustration. Why won't this jerk tell me anything? But I follow him into a room. I expect to see some child in some form of distress or something, but instead, it's just an empty room. When I turn, the soldier closes the door behind him. "Am I supposed to wait here or something? There's no one here," I say, irritation colouring my tone. "It's better that way," he says, as the corners of his mouth start to turn up into an unsettling smile. "We don't want an audience, unless you do. Is that your thing?" His words make sense individually, but there's some piece of context I'm missing that makes it difficult for them to actually make sense. "Did you get watched when you were at the Swordhammer base?" "What?" I start to feel tension creeping up my neck and back away from him slowly, hoping that the dawning realisation of what this orc intends to do to me is my mind reading way too much into his words and looking for the worst outcome. But when his hands go to his belt, I can't even try to pretend this isn't heading exactly where I thought it was. "You don't have to do this," I say. "Have to? Maybe not. Want to? Most definitely." I frantically scan the room for something, anything I can use to help me escape. I don't know if this room is usually so barren or if he prepared this place ahead of time, but there's no way to beat him back and nothing large enough to put in between us. The only thing here is a small bed for a child, and an even small dresser for a few belongings. When I try to step around him, he keeps his body between me and the door. "Go ahead and scream. I like it when they scream." "Help!" I yell at the top of my lungs before he chuckles, clamping an arm around me and trying to drag me down.
Chapter 25. Jorgen, Loki's idea to question everyone who was seen at the restaurant has paid off. We finally have found our suspect. It's an orc soldier, and those who report seeing him there seem quite confident that he could be the one who attacked Mary. I pull up his file, wanting to learn more about this orc's background. I'm disgusted to see that he's been assigned to the human residences. Of all places, how did I let him end up there? I thought I was being so careful about who I selected. My stomach turns as I continue to read. There are pages worth of reports against him. Not one or two isolated incidents, but a series of similar-sounding complaints. They all involve basically the same events, always reported by a female orc who complains that he was harassing a woman. But the women themselves never come forward to complain. He defends himself by saying that he has a relationship with the women, so it doesn't count as harassment. Since the women never disagree, it is easy to dismiss. This means that the incidents continue to go unresolved and end up buried in his paperwork. No one put together that this was a pattern of behavior until now. I should have been more observant. I could have encouraged the women to speak up instead of deciding that their silence was a sign of his innocence. I'm furious with myself that I didn't catch it. I assume that the female orcs were jealous. It isn't uncommon for male orcs in relationships with human women to encounter some pushback. But I never should have decided that the females were simply fabricating a story to get back at him, especially when the same situation kept coming up, time and time again. I should have looked closer. I guess the root of the problem was jealousy amongst orcs, but it was an issue of loyalty among the females. Female orcs were motivated to defend their weaker human sisters. Humans who were too frightened to stand up for themselves against an intimidating male orc. I feel like I've learned something about the female bond. But the lesson is too frustrating to be enjoyable right now. I've potentially left the humans in grave danger, and I must hurry. I quickly gather Loki, and a few other soldiers. I explain to them the situation, and we hurry to the human residences. We don't know exactly what we'll find, but it's clear that this orc means harm. We need to get there before someone gets hurt. When we arrive, my inner alarms are immediately set off. Even before we get inside, it's clear that there are no humans hanging around outside. They've disappeared. We try a few doors, but they're all locked. Obviously, something has scared people into hiding. While it's a good thing to think that they're hopefully safe, it still indicates that some sort of altercation has occurred here. They aren't hiding from nothing. The same desolate scene continues to play outside the orphanage. There's no sign of life, no movement or laughter. It's nothing like the last time I was here. Before, children were playing and moving about freely, making themselves at home. Now, it's empty. I have no idea where they have gone, but I can't help but assume the worst. A tragedy has befallen this place, and it's all my fault. How did I let this maniac slip right by me? I start to pair people off, sending them in teams to look for signs of the soldier. Even if we hope to find him here at the human residences, that's a wide area to cover. He could be in any of the homes, and there may already be victims. Time is of the essence. We need to work carefully, but quickly. My stomach turns, thinking of victims. It could have easily been Vera. I'm glad that I had a last-minute inspiration to ask her to come stay with me. What a relief that she's safe at my home, and I can focus on handling this crisis without worrying about her. At least, that's what I think. But as I'm giving directions to the soldiers, I suddenly hear an anguished scream. It is genuine, belonging to someone who is truly terrified. It sounds familiar, and my blood freezes ice-cold in my veins. It can't be. She isn't supposed to be here, but then she screams again, and there is no doubt left in my mind. Damn! This monster has Vera! It's her! I roar. It's coming from inside the orphanage. I don't waste another second, running toward the building. The door is locked from the outside, like everything around here. But that doesn't stop me. I kick open the door, bursting inside. Loki and follow close behind me. I feel sick to my stomach. It's a mixture of fear for Vera and anger that someone would dare hurt her. Words from earlier flash into my mind. He said that he could kill for his wife if it was needed. I realize now just how right he really was. I think that when I find this soldier, I just may kill him with my own bare hands. I hear another cry and race down the hall to the source of the sound. I throw my shoulder against this door as well, forcing my way into the room. It feels like everything freezes in time for a moment, as I take it all in. We're in one of the children's bedrooms, but they are nowhere to be seen. Vera's arms are wrapped around one of the bedposts. Her hands are tied together, bound to keep her from escaping. At the end of the bed, the soldier we are looking for stands behind her. He has a knife in his right hand, and he's pressing it into the side of Vera's throat. She is looking at me with wide, frightened eyes. At first, I think that maybe he has already violated her, and I'm ready to tear him limb from limb. But then I realize that she's still fully dressed. We've interrupted whatever it was that he had planned, but she knows that he means her harm. I can see it in her terrified expression. She swallows hard, and all I can focus on is that blade edging just slightly into her perfect skin. I feel a sense of panic desperation. I'm so close, but it still feels like there is nothing that I can do. I would gladly pummel him into the ground, but he has the advantage with her in his grasp like that. No matter what I could do, he'd only see it coming. He'd take her with him, and I would have to stand here and watch. "Vera!" I cry. Her normally tan face is so white, and she just stares at me with those gaping, haunted eyes. A sole tear escapes, tracking its way down her face. I take a step forward, almost forgetting myself in my anger, but luckily Loki intervenes. I'm not thinking clearly, and this can lead to critical errors in judgment, as if I could make any more. Loki waves me back. "Calm down," he whispers. I grit my teeth, but do as he says. I can feel bile bubbling up in my throat as I stare at the soldier. If thoughts could kill, he'd be gone and buried. Calmly and coolly, Loki turns to face the soldier. Since he is the chieftain, he is technically the boss here. A soldier following orders has to obey the directions of the chieftain at risk of expulsion. I'm not certain if this orc is in his right mind and able to recognize that. But anything is worth a try, especially if it helps us avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Of course, I'm really only concerned about Vera's bloodshed. I'd wipe this orc off the map in a heartbeat. "Let her go," Loki commands forcefully, in a no-nonsense tone. We all watch with bated breath to see if it will work.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Prothika, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Prothika audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Prothika's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Prothika bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 26. Jorgen. "Let her go," Loki commands the soldier. "No," he replies flatly. He digs the knife in against the side of her neck, and she grimaces in pain. I lose it, nearly flying across the room. Lurches forward to halt me. He neatly pins my arms back, holding me against him in a restraint that prevents me from causing any more harm. I struggle against him at first, not in my right mind. All I can think of is how I want revenge on this orc for what he's doing to Vera. But I finally manage to work it out of my system. Ur is right. If I behave recklessly, I may only make things worse. I have to be logical. I have to keep a cool head, or at least as close as I can. Vera's counting on me. She needs me composed. I can't fall completely apart now when she needs me the most. All I can do is stare at Vera. Her hands are bound together, wrapped around the post of the bed. Her face is tight, lined with fear and worry. Why her? How did she get here anyway? She was supposed to be safe at my house, far away from any of this. How did I screw all of this up so badly, and how am I ever going to fix it? Loki at least is keeping himself together. He continues to calmly question the soldier, trying to get to the bottom of this. Maybe he can get him to settle down. Convince him to put down the knife. I'm stuck here watching Loki handle this, which only frustrates me more. I know that I'm not in a position to handle this, but it's still too much for me to take. I should have kept Vera safe, I should be rescuing her now, not sitting idly by. Why, Vera? Loki asks levelly. Let her go. We can find you someone else. The orc shakes his head. No, she's mine. I found her first, before Jorgen ruined everything, and this is what she gets for refusing me. I don't even know him, Vera protests, sounding hysterical. But this angers the orc, who twists the knife against her neck. She yelps a little but shuts up, clearly afraid to upset him any further. I pursued her when she first got here, and she didn't want me. She kept turning me down, but I wasn't worried. He chuckles a little to himself. I knew I'd make her notice me eventually. What choice did she have? She was going to need me sooner or later, but there were always so many other orcs around, and then Jorgen got involved, he complained. He suddenly points an accusing finger at Loki. It's just like with Mary all over again, he declares angrily. I was just having a little fun with her, but then you had to spoil it all. No one can ever just let me have a good time. Now Loki's face starts to darken at the mention of Mary. He's angry, and is too busy holding me back to intervene. He can't deal with the both of us acting irrationally at once. It takes everything I have to concentrate on staying calm and prompt Loki to take a deep breath. If he loses his temper, Vera might be out of people to save her. I'm barely holding myself together as it is, but we can't lose Loki as the voice of reason. Loki heeds my warning, taking a few deep breaths until he's settled. I meet Vera's gaze and solemnly declare that I will save her, no matter what. She takes a shuddering sigh but nods as if to say she understands. The soldier just laughs, but the sound is chilling. It's not the ordinary laugh of a sane person who has heard something funny. It sounds truly deranged, as if he is laughing at something the rest of us cannot see. And then Bar, he scoffs. He just left me hanging after I nearly got caught for Mary. He was just going to cut me out like that, twisted in the wind. Like he was one to talk. But I'm too smart for that. I realize that I'm listening to the rantings of a madman. He really is insane. His long speech is disjointed and it doesn't even make sense. But he's too far gone to even see that. But he pulls the knife away from Vera, and she relaxes slightly. She still looks pale and sick, and I can't blame her after all that she's been through. However, not having a weapon pointed at her seems like a step in the right direction. He palms the knife in his hand and begins to pace erratically. His head is bobbing up and down, and he seems to be talking to himself. But that's what he wanted me to think, he mutters in a low voice. It's hard to hear him, and even harder to make sense of it. That's what they're all trying to do. The women always want to play hard to get, like it's a game. Loki leans over to whisper in my ear. Keep him talking, he says. Distract him. Xenon's on his way. I brighten at the idea, confident that Xenon can resolve this crisis. They finally let me in on the big secret after everything with Hera, and now I know that he is Loki's secret bodyguard and can sneak into just about anywhere undetected. Years of training have made him virtually unstoppable. Still, I want to keep the soldier talking until then. Maybe I can get him to calm down and move further away from Vera. Bar was a jerk, I declare. It doesn't strike the note of solidarity that I hope. Instead, it seems to make him even more skittish. A jerk? He was a genius. But genius and evil can be the same thing sometimes, can't they? He spins around to stare at Vera. You think I'm evil, don't you? He demands. Cruel and stupid, huh? She shakes her head in fright. No, she replies timidly. But it's unconvincing, and he jabs the handle of the knife against her ribs. You lying wench, he breathes. She starts to cry. He begins pacing again, clearly growing more and more unstable. No such thing as a good one, he mutters. Nothing you can say, nothing you can do. They're all wired the same way. Nothing but trouble. No one sees it coming when he suddenly whips around, ready to plunge the knife into her neck. My blood runs cold, and I can hear gasp in surprise behind me. Too late, lets me go. I lift my arm, ready to race at him, but valuable time has been lost. He has her, and I can never get there in time. The blade hovers over her neck, ready to cut her tender skin. Then, he suddenly sinks to his knees, his eyes glassy. The knife clatters to the floor, and he slumps over. We watch in shock as he rolls onto his stomach, a knife coming out of his back. Xenon appears from behind a curtain. He must have climbed in through the window, hid there, and then stabbed him. I've never been able to wrap my head around how mysteriously he appears and disappears. But I've never been so grateful for his skills as I am right now. I run toward Vera, quickly untying her arms. When she is free, she stands up and burrows her head in my chest. I do my best to console her, knowing that I'll never be able to make up for her traumatic experience. She leans against me for support, crying. Then she hiccups. "I thought I was done for," she says mournfully. "I thought for sure I was going to die." I hug her tightly, rubbing her back. "I won't let that happen," I declare to her. I bend down, kissing her softly. "I love you, Vera. You're my everything."
Chapter 27. Vera. I walk through the front door, and I feel like I'm about ready to collapse. Everything happened so fast, and half of it still feels like some sort of screwed-up nightmare. "Are you hungry?" Jorgen asks. "I can make you something." "No, I'm just tired. Can we just go to bed?" "Sure, whatever you need." I feel like I'm about ready to pass out, at least until my head hits the pillow, and then I suddenly feel very wide awake. I lay there, staring up at the dark ceiling, listening to the steady sound of Jorgen's breathing. It's steady, but I think he's still actually awake. "Jorgen," I whisper, not wanting to wake him up if he has managed to sleep. "Yes?" He keeps his voice low as well, even though there is no one else to hear us. "I can't sleep. I noticed. Can you just hold me?" Jorgen's arms wrap around me, and he pulls me in close. I melt into him, feeling the warmth of his body against mine. He feels safe. He feels right. Then I feel something long, hard, and thick pressing into me. At first, I think I'm going to freak out. It seems like what I should do after everything that happened. But for some reason, his member pressing into me causes a different sort of warmth to spread through my body. Jorgen is a good man, and he'd never hurt me. He's been infinitely patient, and I'm safe with him. I can feel all the bad dreams and memories tugging at the edges of my consciousness, but I push those away. I'm determined to not let them ruin this for me. Not anymore. "Is that—" His whole body goes rigid. "I'm sorry. It's not something I have much control over. I can go."
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Chapter 28. Jorgen. Early the next morning, I creep out of the bedroom. I have a special surprise for Vera. As much as I'll miss cuddling with her in bed, this is too good to wait any longer. The first step is making her the perfect breakfast in bed. I'm not a bad cook, though she hasn't had many chances to see me in action. I offered to help her prepare dinner for our first meal together, but I'm not sure I had the best opportunity to impress her then. But this meal will be different. This is all mine. I want to show her that I'm a qualified and capable partner, that I can provide for her, take care of her and a baby, and not just by strength alone. And in a simpler sense, I just want to surprise her. do something nice for her and give her a special treat. It just warms my heart to think of waking her up with a special meal waiting, showing her that I care. So I tiptoe around the kitchen, preparing a full meal. I warm up some leftover biscuits. I prepare some rice and scrambled eggs, then I mix them together with a little bit of spiced meat. I leave a mound of plain rice as well. This is for something special and the second part of my surprise. I add some sliced fruit to complete the meal and a glass of fresh milk. Then I carry it all back into the bedroom. She's sleeping so peacefully that I almost hate to wake her. Luckily, it doesn't take long for the aroma to begin to rouse her. She begins to toss and turn, stirring in her sleep. Rubbing her eyes, she starts to stretch awake. I give her a moment to pull herself together. Then I lean over to give her a kiss. "Good morning," I announce, sliding the tray over her lap. "What's all this?" she asks in surprise. "Good morning," she adds as an afterthought. "Just a special meal for a special girl," I explain. She blushes a little, but doesn't hesitate to dig in. "It looks delicious," she says, picking up a piece of fruit. I watch her anxiously, waiting for her to find the surprise hidden on her plate. I try to look normal, even though I'm practically giddy inside. It's hard not to give away that this is more than just a breakfast. I think that she can sense something is up. Even when she keeps eating, she stops every so often to give me a strange, wary look. When she finally starts eating the plain rice, it takes everything I have not to giggle out loud. As an orc, I've never giggled in my entire life. She pokes the rice with her fork, quickly finding something unusual. I hold my breath, waiting while she digs through the rice. She pulls out the ring slowly, staring at it in dazed confusion. I smile. "I'm doing it the human way," I say. "The human way," she repeats after me. "I tried to read some of those romance novels that you say you love, to learn the human traditions," I explain. She's nodding her head slowly, as if to tell me I don't have to say anything more. I don't need to tell her that an engagement ring is a human tradition, of course. While I only learned about it recently, she already understands the sentiment. "Where did you get it?" she practically whispers. It's a good question because human-style diamond rings aren't exactly laying around these days. I had to pay Roz good money to find it for me. Roz is our go-to, who can get his hands on anything through barter or trade, and even he had to work hard to find this. I did some digging, I say simply. I hope it's all right. I wasn't quite sure exactly what the requirements were. Based on my research, all I really found was that a diamond ring was the human tradition. The stone could look any number of ways and be cut in a variety of styles. Sometimes the metal was gold and other times silver. Not that it would have mattered even if I had a specific image in mind. In the end, I had to go with what Roz managed to locate. It is a simple gold band with a large square diamond. 2 small diamond chips sit to the side of the prominent stone setting. "It's perfect," she practically crows. I can't help but grin. Though I think I caught her by surprise at first, she sounds excited now. "Does that mean you'll do it?" I ask. "You'll be my mate?" "Of course I will," she declares gleefully, and I lean forward to kiss her. I accidentally jostle the breakfast tray. The rice spills across the bed, but I don't care. She pulls away after a moment and raises an eyebrow. "But if you want to do it the human way," she begins. "Yes," I say, encouraging her to continue. She moves the tray off to the side. Then she stands up from the bed, holding the ring out to me. "What?" I ask in confusion. She waves her hand impatiently. "Take it back," she instructs. I do so, waiting for the next direction. I try to read the romance novels that I know she loves, but the notion of a proposal is a uniquely human experience. I'm happy to do it according to whatever tradition she expects or envisioned for herself. "Get down on one knee," she says. I kneel on the floor, putting one knee underneath me. "Like this?" She nods. "Now you just sort of hold up the ring and ask me to marry you." I hold out the ring. Then, obeying her exact order, I simply say, "Vera, I ask you to marry me." She stamps her foot a little, pretending to pout. Okay, you know I'm going to marry you, but pretend like you don't and convince me. Convince you? I echo after her. Yes, she says. It's supposed to be a speech that explains why I should marry you. I think this over for a moment. To be honest, this is the first part of the tradition that makes sense to me. I need to make a case for why I am a suitable mate. Vera, I begin slowly, trying my best to humor her. Then I realize that it's a tougher question than I thought. Perhaps the humans were onto something here. Vera, I begin again. Since I first met you, you have brought joy to my life, joy that I never thought I could have. And soon, our child will only increase that, though it seems impossible. Her eyebrows pinch together when I say, our. I pause, holding the ring up a bit higher. If you take me as your mate, I promise that I will spend every day trying to make you as happy as you make me. And if I succeed at giving you even a tenth of what you have given me, I can assure you that you will have a good life. I certainly do, thanks to you. I relax, my speech now given. There, how was that? I ask. She blinks, tearfully wiping an eye. Perfect, she sniffles. Now you slide the ring on my hand. This finger. She extends a delicate hand, waggling the intended finger. I place it gently, then look up at her, waiting for the next direction. The human customs are strange and unfamiliar, but they're really not so bad. I don't understand why I have to be on my knees right now, but I do like the gesture of a ring. Now she's marked as my mate. I do, she declares, which seems like an odd thing to say. It must be part of her ritual. She extends her hand briefly, admiring her new ornament. Then she pulls me to my feet. I scramble up, standing beside her. Then she leans forward to kiss me deeply. I do, she murmurs again.
Chapter 29. Vera. Romance novels were one of the few guilty pleasures that they allowed the humans back at the Swordhammer base. They quickly became one of my pastimes, and the women on the base would pass them around amongst themselves. They were something that allowed me to a temporary escape from what was otherwise a miserable life. My life now is, of course, markedly improved. I may not cling to my romance novels quite as much, now that I have my own true love in Jorgen. But Jorgen still understands how important they are to me. How long I dreamed of finding my own happy ending, just like the one waiting at the end of every book. Now that it's here, he wants to make it as much like the stories as he can. We planned together a way to make our mating ceremony like the weddings that I read about once upon a time. We agree to keep some of the orc traditions as well. We want a ceremony that celebrates the best of both and unites us in a way that is fun, unique, and memorable. Our ceremony today will certainly be unlike any other. Even the other humans are not all familiar with the traditional wedding ceremony. Life has been hard for humans since those old rituals were first thought up. Many of them have been forgotten in time, though I can still read about them in the old books. The women are excited to be part of the ceremony anyway. I think for all of us, it feels like we're getting in touch with our roots. It's like finding a new old human connection that binds us with our ancestors that came before. We picture great-great-grandparents on their wedding day, going through the same motions that we are now. Bonnie, Camille, Mary and Carissa all have agreed to be my bridesmaids. Bonnie is my special maid of honour. None of us understand exactly what that signified back in the old days, but it seems to be a position of honour. So, we keep it. Their orc partners will stand beside Jorgen. The women keep their demands of them limited. We know that this is something that we're doing more for us, and simply sharing with them. The girls have made themselves fabulous dresses, dyed with the same flower to make a lovely purple colour. Mine is, of course, white, and more elaborate than the others. We do each other's makeup and hair as best we can, though it's clearly a skill that we've lost along the way. Until recently, we've all struggled simply to survive. Beauty concerns were cast aside a long time ago. But we muddle through, using various items that we've collected. In the end, we're all quite pleased with the effect, The orc men seem happily surprised as well when we join them in the square later. It certainly catches their attention. It's a fun little addition to the day. Who knows, we may try it again in the future. By the time we get to the square for the ceremony, the guests have all gathered and are waiting patiently. The orc men file into position, forming a line by the shaman. Jorgen stands at the head of the row. Then Mary helps her baby, Asher, walk up the aisle. Asher is supposed to be our flower child, as our clan hasn't been blessed with a baby girl yet, but he's still a bit too young to handle the job on her own. Mary does most of the work, but it's still an adorable sight. Forrest is next, as our ring bearer. He's a bit steadier on his feet than Asher, but still needs a lot of coaching. He concentrates hard on holding the pillow and attached rings, focusing on his father waiting for him at the end of the aisle. The guests watch, curious, having never seen anything like this before. A few murmurs of enjoyment ripple through the crowd. Listening from the back of the audience, it pleases me to hear it. Forrest stands beside waiting quietly. But Asher is getting squirmy, and Hera quietly steps up to pull him aside. I smile gratefully at Hera, who entertains him quietly out of the way with Karen at her side. Those two are a pair who only get up to trouble. I can't wait to see how she corrupts the other two as they get older, though I can already see the gleam in her eye as they show Asher to throw leftover flowers into the air. Forrest is much more serious-minded than Asher, and this event is no exception. He barely moves, remaining focused on his task. It's adorable to watch, a little mini-me of own stoic nature. The women line up, slowly walking up the aisle one at a time. Once they reach the shaman, they form a row much like the men do, but on the opposite side. Bonnie is last, as my maid of honour. Just before she takes her turn, she turns to me. "We almost forgot," she whispers. She fixes my veil, a scrap of lace that we tied into a thin piece of braided willow. The willow sits over my head like a headband. She pulls the lace over my face to hide me from sight. I can still see through the holes in the lace, but it's a strange feeling. None of us are sure why the women used to do this. It seems counterintuitive, though we like to think about it. Perhaps it was meant to be symbolic, a gesture that love is blind. Once my veil is in place, she starts her part in the processional. Last in the line, she'll stand beside me for the ceremony. When she's found her spot, it's my turn. As the bride, I go last. Walking up the aisle, I begin to understand the appeal of the veil. It feels a little embarrassing, the way that all eyes are on me. I'm kind of glad to hide behind the thin scrap of fabric. At the end of the aisle, Jorgen lifts the veil as directed. It creates a much more immediate impact, the way that he can suddenly look into my face. His expression warms with love, softening as he gazes at me. I can't help but blush again. This veil thing was a good idea after all. The rest of the ceremony combines orc traditions with human ones. We exchange our rings, though Jorgen's is just a simple platinum band cut from a metal tube. Old-fashioned jewellery is hard to find nowadays, and we make do with what we have. We keep the orc custom of pouring the salt and binding our hands together with the braided herbs and flour and twine. Most of the ceremony is spoken in Orcish by the shaman, then translated into English. A few lines are additions by me and Jorgen, things that we gleaned reading through the romance novels. At the very end, the shaman is ready to conclude the ceremony. He's completed the official orc parts, including the scary silence as we waited for the war god to strike us down, and this last little bit is just for fun. We stand in the circle of salt, our hands still tied together. "Do you take Vera to be your mate and wife?" the shaman asks. Jorgen swallows, overcome by emotion. Then, in a husky voice, he replies solemnly, "I do." The shaman turns to me next, repeating the question. "Do you take Jorgen to be your mate and husband?" "I do," I answer, saying the words that I always dreamed I'd get to use someday. Even at my lowest point, when it felt like there was no hope for the future, I still imagined that there was a happy ending out there for me waiting, an ending just like this one. I finally get to claim it as my own, and there's no doubt that it was well worth the wait. "You may kiss the bride," the shaman intones, reading his lines from a scrap of paper that we prepared for him. It's a little difficult to maneuver, with our hands tied together the way that they are. But Jorgen bends down, and I stretch onto my tippy toes so that we can meet in the middle. We kiss, mindful of our audience, but still romantic. Our guests cheer, thrilled with our one-of-a-kind ceremony. It suits us perfectly. Just like our love story, no one else's will ever be quite the same.
Chapter 30. Jorgen, we've made it through 6 months of wedded bliss. When the baby finally arrives. It's a strange saying that I picked up from Vera's romance novels, but it feels like it fits. Bliss is the right word anyway. Everything goes well through the very end. Though we continue to have regular checkups with Bonnie, there's never anything alarming. She has what Bonnie calls a textbook pregnancy. Sometimes she's a bit emotional, but in general the whole ordeal continues to be rather unremarkable for Vera, or at least as unremarkable as growing a whole new body within yourself could ever be. She gets tired more easily by the very end. Naps become a bit more common, and she can't exercise as strenuously, but she doesn't have the same illness and nausea that plagued Mary, Carissa, and Camille. Bonnie never puts her on bed rest, and she can continue with a gentler version of her daily life until the very end. Vera does, however, have a difficult time getting the baby to come out. When we finally reach the date that Bonnie marked for the baby's birth, Vera is confident that it will happen any minute. She hasn't had many contractions yet, but isn't worried. We go in for what we think will be Vera's last checkup. Upon closer examination, Bonnie says that she's not dilated at all. She explains that the due date was just a guess, not a promise. It looks like it may take a while longer. It ends up taking 10 entire days longer, much to Vera's chagrin. She tries to keep her chin up as we try everything. We eat foods that Bonnie recommends, drink special teas, swim, and take long walks. We even try sex, something that Mary whispers in Vera's ear as helpful advice. I certainly have no complaints about trying, and we attempt it several times. But it never seems to pay off, and she's as pregnant as ever. Vera starts to get a bit despondent. I know that she feels a bit guilty about it, and I try to cheer her up. She knows that in many ways she's lucky that her pregnancy has been easy, and it makes her feel bad to complain. But she's anxious to finally see the baby, which I can understand. I try to distract her. The women chip in to do their part as well, keeping her busy so that her mind stays off the delivery. She finally goes into labor quite unexpectedly, in the middle of the night. I guess it's true that the baby just knows when it's time. I hurry her off to the hospital, where Bonnie is waiting. We sent a neighbor to fetch her earlier while I helped Vera get dressed and ready. The labor progresses smoothly, with no complications. It's all something of a blur. I know that it's my job to remember it later, for Vera. She was a bit occupied and only has a hazy recollection of events. Unfortunately, I'm not sure that I'm much further ahead. Everything seems so chaotic, even though Bonnie insists that it was all going according to plan. For a while, it felt like nothing happened as Vera laid in the hospital bed. I read her stories and kept her entertained. She occasionally complained of cramping, but it was uneventful. Then suddenly, everything moved so quickly. Before I knew it, our little girl had joined us in the world. Now, as I look back on it, I can hardly remember how it happened, even though it was just hours ago. I went home to gather a few things for Vera while she rested. The baby has been with Bonnie, who is examining her to make sure that everything is fine. There's a lot to check in a brand new baby, it turns out. I poke my head back into the room to find Vera is awake now. The baby is resting comfortably across her, her arm crooked for support. She lifts her face as I enter and smiles tiredly. "How's it going?" I ask in a soft voice, not wanting to disturb them. I set the bag that I've brought down for now and make my way to the bed. "Good," she coos back softly, making a silly face at the baby. Aren't we? Aren't we just perfect?" In a more normal tone, she says, "I even fed her for a little bit. She didn't want much, but it was a start. I stare down in awe at the two of them, my perfect wife and daughter. Vera scoots slowly to the side of the bed, still sore, and pats a space beside her. I stretch out next to Vera and stroke the baby's face gently. She turns to nuzzle my hand. "What are we going to call this perfect little princess?" I ask. "I thought we already agreed on Celine," she replies, jiggling a hand over the baby playfully. "We did," I agree. "I just wanted to make sure. We can name her whatever you want. I think Celine is a perfectly perfect name for her." "Perfectly perfect," I agree. "I can't ask for anything more. A healthy baby Celine and a safe, happy mom are more than enough for me." She turns, grinning at me a little. Her face is tired but still expressive. "Well, what about a second healthy baby?" she says. "Or 3. I laugh a little. "I don't want to put you through that," I tell her. "Celine is enough for me." "No," she disagrees, suddenly serious. "I want to have your children, maybe 2 or 3 of them, or who knows. I want a whole family." I'm suddenly overcome by emotion. As happy as I am at this moment, it feels like adding more children can only increase my joy. Vera was enough for me at the very start, but Celine makes me realize that my love can be limitless, that the more you give away, the more comes back in return. The idea of a large, happy family appeals to me very much. I'd never really imagined such a thing. Orc women do not give birth as easily as humans do, and most orcs never bear more than 1 child. But with a human mate like Vera, the idea of several seems quite reasonable. Her body was accommodating of pregnancy and labor, and there's no reason to think it would hurt her to do it more than once. The more that I think about it, the more I like the idea. It's a dream I never even thought of until Vera dangled it in front of me. But now I have to admit that it sounds right. I hastily brush a tear from my eye, then lean over to kiss her forehead. "We'll talk about it more later," I say. "We don't want to have them too close together after all. Let's ask Bonnie what an appropriate recovery time is and go from there. In the meantime, we can focus on baby Celine." Her face beams with pleasure at my words, clearly happy to hear that I'd like more children as well. "Of course," she agrees, going back into her baby talk voice. "There's no hurry at all, is there, baby Celine? We have plenty of time to cuddle and love on you and still give you a baby brother and sister in the future." I kiss her forehead again, gazing down on my beautiful baby daughter. Vera's words echo in my head, bringing me a sense of peace. There's no hurry at all. We have plenty of time to love you. And if I've learned anything at all from Vera, it's that the more love you give, the more you get. Love is not a finite resource like most, but something that expands endlessly with time and attention. Hoarding it only makes it less precious. We have all the time in the world, I add, tightening my arms around Vera. Epilogue. Jorgen. They're a wild bunch, Gal tells me. I shake my head. "I feel like that's Roz's specialty," I mutter, rounding the corner so that we can see the front gates again. With all the new orcs, Xenon has given some of his staff over to help me cover more area as we vet and train our new additions. It has helped, but I'm still stretched a little thin. The patrol is almost over, and it's killing me to be back at work only a few weeks after Celine was born. It's not like the head of security can just take a few months off, though, and Gal is clearly trying to help me pass the time faster. Sometimes they work out. What about Bonnie? I can see his lips quirk. Or Mary? I cut my eyes toward him, and he chuckles a little beneath his breath. Ha ha ha. That's very funny. I'll have you know that those 2 in the dock are the only good things he's brought around. The rest can be a bit of a chore for me. When Roz returned to the base with members of a disbanded rebel orc clan, I can't say I was thrilled. It's hard enough keeping some orcs in our own clan in line with their tendency toward violence. I'm more wary of orcs I've never met, and have no problem breaking rules, and possibly have no morals. No matter what I think, though, Loki accepted them with open arms, so I must too. It's my job to enforce our rules, so I've kept my mouth shut and focused my attention where I need to, like the construction underway on the west side of the base that we are coming up on. With more and more people fleeing to our base, we've started to run out of space. Orcs have been assigned to cut down trees, and we've discovered several of our humans are skilled in woodcrafting. It's opened up a new set of jobs for everyone on base, and overall I've seen it improve the integration. That doesn't stop fights from breaking out. Where orcs gather, there will always be fights, so I'm not surprised when Gall and I hear shouting as we approach the area. I look toward the orc next to me, whose eyebrows are raised, and I shake my head. This is what I'm talking about. We rush in through the trees, able to find the source of the commotion easily. The orcs have stopped their work and are now standing in a tight circle, shouting and looking over each other. Before my own eyes, I watch as one spectator shoves another too hard, and a brawl breaks out between the two. It doesn't take long for their actions to spread, and I huff under my breath. These damn brutes, I mutter, grabbing the two closest to me and wrenching them apart. Gall is moving fast through the pairings, knocking them to the ground fast enough to stun them. I focus my attention on what started it all, the two on the ground that look more red than green. Knock it off, I shout, and it stops the clamoring from everyone but the two on the ground. I stalk closer, annoyed, and look for an opening to jump in. The orc on top, who I do not recognize, is massive in size. He's stocky, but his muscles are heavily corded, and I wonder where he has come from to be so strong. The orc beneath him, though, I can make out through the swelling and blood. He's newer to the base, and his temper has been evident to me since his arrival. He's young, though, and was led astray by a dishonorable clan, so I can forgive it. The fully grown male pummeling him, though, I have no attachment to. He's my target, the one that needs to be stopped. I drive my shoulder down so that it will meet his where he sits astride the boy. It clips him with enough force to send him tumbling backwards, his hair whipping as he tumbles over himself. I'm impressed as he rolls up onto his feet, a huge grin plastered across his face. A new challenger? He spits blood onto the ground, and when he gives me that mean smirk again, his teeth are coated red. I accept. I shake my head, sinking back as we start to circle each other. I'm not a challenger. I'm here to tell you to stand down. He raises his eyebrows. You? I hate the way his eyes drag over me. And if I don't? I have to stifle my sigh. With more and more orcs coming to base, I've encountered much of this disrespect. For orcs outside of the clan, I have to earn it, though I feel like I have 100 times over by now. You'll be placed in our cells for breaking the order and dismissing the commands of your superior. His eyes narrow and he's calculating his next move. You're not a guard, then. I don't miss the way he shifts his feet, moving closer as if he's going to grab me. I see Gall tense to my left, but I hold my hand out to him. I'll throw this brat on the ground if I have to. I'm head of them. The orc lets out a low whistle. You don't say it with pride. I think you mean self-righteousness. The very thing that seems to keep this male afloat. I understand humility. He chuckles then, rising slowly from his fighting stance. I pause, but don't relax just yet. There's no need for you here. We were only having some fun. My eyes cut to the boy on the ground. I guess that depends who you ask. I turn my head, telling Gall, take him to Bonnie. Another orc moves forward to help Gall lift the nearly unconscious male on the ground. With them out of the way, I face the orc again, who is still grinning ear to ear. I try to keep the irritation out of my voice as I tell him, follow me. To my surprise, he doesn't argue. A hint of amusement dances in his eyes, but then he starts to strut back toward the base without a care. Get back to work, I bark as I stride toward the base center, watching this orc carefully. He's cocky, which annoys me, but it's not my place to deal with him. No, I'll take him to Loki, who doesn't tolerate unnecessary injuries. His door is open when we arrive at his office, and before I can push the orc in, he saunters into the room with enough swagger that Loki should tear into him for that alone. He didn't even ask for the chieftain's permission to enter. What's even more surprising than the smile on Loki's face is the way he greets the orc. Nar, I didn't expect to see you so soon. I'm not sure if the orc, Nar, notices the way Loki subtly takes in the blood across his face and chest. Nar only shrugs. I think I may have upset your guard dog here. I bite back the growl in my throat. I found him stirring up fights on the western border where they should be cutting wood. I snap. Some of our newer members are hurt now and can't work. He rolls his eyes. They'll be fine. If your orcs are that easily broken, you need new ones. I bristle, but Loki steps in. Nar, we do have rules here. We discussed this when you left your clan and came here. His eyes sweep to me. Is everyone okay? Gal took the injured orcs to the infirmary, I mutter. I doubt there will be permanent damage. It just gets so boring out there chopping wood, Nar complains. I'm used to fighting and pillaging. I can't spend my days fighting that instinct. So he was a rebel. That makes a lot of sense. Loki only shakes his head. I heard you were a good fighter. That smirk makes me want to punch him. You have to be, to become a leader. Oh, great. A rebel orc leader. Why wouldn't we want him here? I understand. Loki's patience is wearing mine thin. We'll find you a new place. Right, Jorgen? I blink. Sir? Since Nar has demonstrated such impressive fighting skills, I think he'd be better placed under your charge. Take him. Train him. Nar roars with laughter while I stare at Loki, shocked to my core. I want to argue, but I don't know what to say. Instead, I stay quiet as he claps me on the back, looking overjoyed. Oh, this is going to be fun. What the hell has Loki got me into?